ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಶುಭೋದಯ and wish you all International Yoga Day. Happy Yoga Day. And today we have last day of the conference and we have a scientist chairing this session, Srinath Ratnakumar sir. Please come on to the stage. And today's speaker, Dr. Srinivas Vittal sir. Please come on to the stage, sir. Srinath Ratnakumar sir is always associated with KSTA since its inception. So he is very humble and very nice scientist. Presently sir is a scientist G. Srinath Ratnakumar holds master's degree in physics from Bangalore University with 6 gold medals and UGC NET certificate. He worked as lecturer in one of the engineering colleges in Bangalore before joining ISRO as junior research fellow. Later he joined as scientist in ISRO and worked for the Chandrayaan-1 project for the establishment of new facility at Balyalu near Bangalore. Balyalu everybody knows, I think this it is near Pina, where all the satellite information data dissemination is calculating. The campus is Indian Deep Space Network lead agency of ISRO for all planetary mission tracking, command and control. He has played a major role in data ingest, process, archive and also dissemination of Chandrayaan-1, Chandrayaan-2, Mars orbiter mission, megatrophics, and currently he is working on the data archive preparation for ongoing astrosat ground systems for payload configuration, data reception and processing in Indian Space Science Data Center. He has been identified as facilitator for human rating certification of the ground systems for future Gaganyaan mission. He is also working on the SpaceX mission docking experiment of ISRO and ISRO CNES mission Trishna. He is interested in communicating the benefits of science and technology to the public through various platforms. As member of Atal of AIM, he holds public outreach group called Creative Team for innovative talks covering non-textual, non-syllabus and non-academic knowledge. His other interests are playing badminton, veena, horticulture and inspiring the students to pursue career in science and technology. He also worked for Dr. H. Narsimhaya Sub-Regional Science Center as advisor. He has edited 3 books in Kannada as part of Istrack Kannada Rajyotsava and writes articles for science communication. With this brief introduction about Srinath sir, on behalf of all of you, my own behalf and KSTA, a warm welcome you sir. So I request Prakash sir to please present a bouquet as a token of respect, sir. Once again welcome you sir. Thank you Prakash sir. And I welcome VS Prakash sir, former director DMC, and also Professor Muhammad Aslam sir from Central University of Karnataka for this function. So welcome all the delegates once again, and I request Srinath sir to introduce the today's speaker.
Good morning. Namaskara. It is my special pleasure. In fact, I take myself as an interdisciplinary man to be present before you here. Of course, we have certain basic experience and understanding that may be qualifying me to chair this session. But we have taken more time to introduce me, but it is not apt. But today's person is Dr. S.S. Vittala. It's my special privilege to introduce you, sir, and to have you here. producers from the respective dignitaries and audience. I would like to introduce Dr. S.S. Mutala. He is working as scientist in the Department of Central GroundWater Board Scientific Organization under the Water Resources Ministry, and also is part of Ganga Regeneration under the Ministry of Jal Shakti. And I'm also very happy to share certain biases. He is being from Mysore, state of Karnataka. He has completed his master's as well as research degree in Mysore University. And before joining the Central Water Ground Board, he has worked as a scientist under the department called Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application. Most of you may be familiar, we are very close to that. A lot of good work is being done. He has also contributed in mapping the various states like Karnataka, Telangana, Goa, Andhra Pradesh, state of Bihar. A lot of extensive technological field work he has carried out. He has a lot of national as well as international seminars and papers under his credit. Dr. Mutala has undergone many training programs conducted by the Ministry of Jal Shakti as well as the scientific organizations in India. Dr. Mutala is a member of prestigious institutions like International Association of Hydrogeology, IAS, and member of Indian Society of Remote Sensing. But it is a pleasure to invite you. Before I just hand over to you, in fact, all of us are searching water, underground water on Earth. There are certain efforts being made to search water in planetary surface. Other than the Earth, which we have done with Chandrayaan-1, the detection of water in the moon. In fact, before 2008, history says, scientific history says, because moon exploration started only 16 and onward, so till 2003 by the Western scientific community. Asian or Indian, we can say, we started only 2008 onward. It was a great discovery that water is there on the moon's surface. Now there are certain efforts are being done to explore more in planetary bodies. There is one interesting mission called Europa Clipper. Maybe you can draw your attention to that in the internet, where they are trying to find out the ice deposit which is beneath the subsurface. Also, there is called Kannadದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಿಚ್ಛಿನ್ನ ಸಮುದ್ರ ಅಂತೀವಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅವಿತಿರುವ ಸಮುದ್ರ ಅಂತ ಆ ಥರದಗಳನ್ನು ಹುಡ್ಕೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Maybe I will leave the floor to Dr. S.S. Mutala to throw more light on underground. And I also welcome on behalf of KST and other members to this. And I express my special thanks to the KST to chair this session. So over to you, sir. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, all the dignitaries over here, my dear fellow professionals, director, I'm very much glad to be here for this meeting and sustainable process. So I'm going to present legislative by presenting about the board purpose. Now presently working with the southern railway. Basically we have this area Tumkur district. Many of you have seen Tumkur district. So representing cases, representing service, you can also share with us. Thank you.
The topic what I am going to present here is aquifer mapping and management for sustainable groundwater resources in part of Tumkur districts. So that is covering in two taluks of Tumkur, Tiptur and Chiknaiknalli taluks. Okay. So, the main purpose of this aquifer mapping is a integration of multidisciplinary approach to arrive at characterize the occurrence, groundwater quality and quantification of the aquifer system through an integration of various thematic maps. We can say it is a geomorphological or a geological, hydrogeological, geophysical, hydrogeological and groundwater quality data. So whatever the data which we have collected in the field that has been integrated to arrive a aquifer management plan to quantify as well as quality of the respective study area. Why we need to have a aquifer mapping? This is very much important. So we are going to start one study. So first we should know what is the purpose of the study. Why we need to study? What are the major objectives we have to cover? So earlier in the previous decades, so we used to do so much of development, means groundwater exploitations in the previous 2-3 decades during 1980s, 1970s. So we used to extract so much of groundwater from the subsurface. Now it is a time to recharge those exploited aquifers through artificial recharge structures. So this is how we need to shift a paradigm shift from groundwater development to groundwater recharge. That is a groundwater management. So Central Groundwater Board has conceived this aquifer mapping and management plan in the year 2012. Now in the 2022, entire national aquifer mapping has been completed throughout India. Now 2.0 has been initiated from the year 2023. So wherein we have identified some of the area at micro level. So we have taken in ACUM 2.0, we have taken a small area and we have done so much of field activities to arrive at detailed aquifer management plans. So the major objective of this NACUM 2.1, as I told you earlier, it is a mapping of aquifers, resources, quality and recharge potential. Groundwater modeling also has been taken care, and dissemination data and information with the district administrations and respective state government departments. And very importantly, participatory groundwater management. This is one of the key factors is recommended by Ministry of Jal Shakti. Involvement of stakeholders during your study. So now we have completed, whatever we have completed the district aquifer mapping and management plans, we have presented to the respective district collectors, and we also sought their recommendations, and it has been incorporated and for effective implementations. So this pilot project study has been studied during a period from 2014, and there are 6 case studies were taken irrespective of the different hydrogeological terrains. So here in a hard rock terrain, Karnataka was chosen, which is located in Tumkur districts. So there are 6 areas were prioritized under different hydrogeological conditions. So in Bihar, it was alluvium terrain. In Karnataka, that's what I'm going to present here, it's in hard rock. And in Maharashtra, we are taken up in basalt. And again in Rajasthan, both 2 studies we have taken in hard rock as well as sand alluvium. In Tamil Nadu, coastal aquifer system has been studied. Before launching of NACUM, these pilot projects were studied based on the outcomes, based on the results of these pilot studies, so that methodology and guidelines were incorporated for NACUM 1.0 from 2012 to 2022. So the main objective of this study is to recommend aquifer management plans at village level. So within the village study area, how many villages are covered? Which village is suitable for what purpose? That is the objective we have taken up to achieve these studies. So this is the study area details. So where This is the part of Chiknaiknalli and Tiptur Taluksa in Tumkur districts. So this is the study area which is called Ankasandra watershed, which is covering an area of 375 square kilometers. So this is the overall study area. This is the Halkurke, Shettikere, and Kanata. This is the subwatershed boundary have been divided. This is the coordinates. So it's covering in parts of Tumkur districts falling in Tiptur and Chiknaiknalli. There are total 108 villages are falling in this study area. Anybody from Tumkur district? Yeah, okay. So anybody who worked there as a professionals? Okay, right. So this is the satellite data of the study area where you can see the clear-cut geological formations. So the entire area is segregated, we can say, into three aquifer systems: gneisses, granite, and schistose formation. The schistose formation which runs from northeast to southwest directions, which is very clear-cut. We can able to trace out with the help of a satellite data. So this is the methodology we have adopted. Initially we have collected the existing data which is available from the respective state department. Whatever the data which is existing in the department, our department, we have merged together, and with the help of certain scale. Then once the data is gathered, we have identified for what kind of a thematic map, what type of, how many data we have to generate. Say for example, exploration well, or well inventory, or groundwater quality sampling, or geophysical surveys, or groundwater exploration. Where are the wells we need to be drilled based on the VES surveys? Accordingly, the data gap has been identified, that I will go in detail, and data generation with the help of a CGWV in-house and outsourcing, and data integration with the help of various thematic maps, and so preparation of 2D and 3D aquifer maps also has been carried out with the help of a subsurface lithological data, and aquifer maps have been generated including groundwater modeling to prepare a various thematic maps followed by the aquifer management plans at village level. So this is how the detailed methodology has been formulated for this study. So as I told you, data gap analysis. See, data gap analysis is very important before taking up any studies. What are the existing data we have with us? What are the existing data which is available from the respective state department or other line departments? We have to collect it. Once the data is collected, we can able to say under which theme. So before commencement of the project study, we have the data only this much, because we have taken up one kind of a small watershed where we naturally we have a data lagging. So based on the availability of limited data, we have arrived how many wells or how many data points we need to be generated in the field. So under exploration, under depth to water level monitoring, water quality, geophysical, VES as well as geophysical logging, and soil studies, land use, land cover, geomorphology, and well inventory, we have had only these many data. So based on studies, we have generated these many data. So in well inventory, we have done almost each and every village is scanned through field work, and detailed the well inventory has been carried out with the inventory of with the farmers interaction, and we have collected the data. See, well inventory data is much more, gives a complete picture of a village. So if you do complete, not 100%, you can reach up to that level, you will get complete scan of a particular village. What is the hydrogeology, what is the subsurface data of a particular village or mandala, taluk, whatever it is. So accordingly, we were having only 7 exploratory wells, existing 7 wells. We have additionally identified 20 locations, out of which 14 wells were drilled, and water level monitoring, we had only 1 station. Additionally, we have established 84 wells for regular water level monitoring. Accordingly, we have done 71 water sampling in the study area, and 13 logging, and 125 VES, vertical electric soundies were done. And in addition to that, whatever the field data is, field observation is there, we have updated in the thematic maps. for this particular study. So this is how the clear some field photographs. This is the one existing well we have done. I think Prakash sir time only these wells were drilled. Still it is there. So this particular well is tapped 3 different water levels. Shallow level up to 15 meters, then 30 meters and up to 70 meters. You can get a water level on in one bore well of 3 different aquifers. Now first and second water level is still water level is there, sir. That is because of the coconut plantations and stagnation of localized water level. So this is the water level monitoring from the dug well. So this is how exploratory well, the existing one, and where are the locations we did a exploratory bore wells, and this is the infiltration test data sites, and this is the T well monitoring. Earlier only very few locations we had, now it is widely distributed and established. Then water level sampling and VES logging. So before commencement of study, data gap analysis is very important. It is very helpful also. It is a complete management of the particular planning, what you have to do, where you have to do. Of course, when you have a kind of a exploration, you may be having only around 10 wells, but you may drill around 8 wells. But you should have to have a knowledge of where that 8 wells have to be drilled. Initially, you have to plan that, and you have to visit the field and finalize that. Where are the exact points to be pinpointed, like that. So the entire study area we have considered as a single aquifer system, because normally in modeling we normally talk about single aquifer system or double aquifer system or multi-layer aquifer systems. Since this area, the phreatic aquifer is completely dried up during that period, we have considered 0 to 200 meters as a single aquifer system. So in most of the area, almost 90% of the area, the dug wells are completely dry, and we have decided that it should be a single aquifer system. And in some of the area, if there is a weather zone is potential, you can classify it. So whether it is one aquifer and fractured system is another aquifer. So you can classify that. Different hydrogeological classifications can be done accordingly, and even in some of the areas where alluvium terrain is there. So you can find out a multiple aquifer systems can be done. There you have a thickness of sand, clay is there. Okay. So the entire area has been considered as a single aquifer system because of phreatic aquifer is completely dry. And the stage of groundwater developed at that time is 187. Now still also, as per the groundwater resource assessment, the study area is overexploited. The stage of groundwater extraction is more than 100%. So these is the field photographs of dry dug wells, and even one bore well cameras. This thing. So this is the general statistics of study area, physiography, and elevation is 850 meters at this in the southern part, whereas in the northern part is 720 meters towards. So major geomorphic units, plains, pediplains, denudation, residual hills, inselbergs were classified, and in surface water scenarios, we have delineated 26 surface water tanks are identified. In almost throughout the year, the tanks were dry, and we did not find a surface runoff during this study. So in none of the year from 2011 to 2014, we did not notice any surface runoff which is flown out of this watershed. Okay. This is the rainfall statistics. You can see any area whenever you are taking up any studies, with the help of rainfall data only will come to know what is the approximate physiology of that particular area. So as I told you, there are 3 aquifer systems were delineated, gneisses, granite, and schistose formation. Around 72% of the area is covered under gneisses, and 25% of the area is under schist, and very meager part of granite is noticed in this, which is in the form of a exposure. There is no any particularly soil cover things. So the schistose formation, as I shown earlier, it is running from northwest to southeast direction. These are field photographs of different lithological units and like that. So this is a drainage system. It went up to fourth order towards the north. So flow direction is almost north east to south west, almost south to north. The southern boundary of this watershed, this one, from year to year, it is a basin boundary of Krishna and Kaveri. So this is the boundary between, this is going towards the Krishna basin, and this is falling towards the Kaveri basin. Okay. So different sub-watershed and micro-watersheds are also delineated for our further studies. So this is the hydrogeology and aquifer systems. As I told you, this phreatic aquifer is entirely dry. We have noticed semi-confined to confined aquifers, that is fractured aquifer systems. Dead wells are completely dry. The groundwater extraction is through bore wells in many areas, and even farmers are also completely dependent on groundwater through bore wells, since there is a phreatic aquifer is dry. So this is how different thematic maps have been generated. The basic informations we received from the state remote sensing application center. We should be very glad for that. And based on this, we have updated some of the informations during our study and used for the purpose. So this is very important of the study is depth to water level monitoring. So the monthly depth to water level monitoring has been carried out from 2011 to 2014. So you can able to see a complete picture of groundwater scenarios in different seasons. So we have counted around 86 key wells established, including and 14 piezometers which are drilled by CGWB exclusively for this study purpose. All this data. So you can see the data distribution in the study area. So this is the dredge well monitoring of a bore well. This is the dredge wells, and this is a piezometer which is completely protected for in-house purpose. So like this, very few pockets you will find dredge wells that is used for a domestic purpose, not even for a consumption purpose. So this is how the clear picture of depth to water level monitoring from November 2011 to April 2014. So you can very well say that the groundwater is completely depleted throughout the years of this period. So here in November 2011, you can find a shallow depth to water levels up to 30 meters. So over a period of time from November, May, so 12, November 12, and May 13, September 13, and April 14, you can see a complete change of groundwater dynamics. That too, there is no improvement in the study area. And even that time, unfortunately, we also faced a consequential drought during that period. That may be one of the results for this groundwater depletion over a period of this time. So at the end of the study, during the period between April 2014, the depth to water level in some of the areas like this northern portion and southwestern portion, it has gone behind 70 meters below ground level. So this clearly tells the droughtness of the area wherein we have encountered the depletion of groundwater levels. So this is the graphical representation of the entire study area. So it is also because of the deficiency and rainfall. More extraction of groundwater for perennial crops like coconut and arecanut. That's also one of the root cause of groundwater depletions. So a significant water fall is about up to 25 meters we have noticed during this period from September 2011 to April 2014. So here also the average depth to water level is clearly says there is a depletion in groundwater level from 9 meters to 38 meters below ground level. So in some of the area and Sidram Nagara, we have noticed since beginning the depth water level is 70 meters. It has gone up to 100 meters. In a bore well, that 100 meters, so 600 feet is really unbelievable during that study. And even since we are monitoring by our own every month, there is no question of any doubtfulness. We also got doubt whether it is local borewells are running or not. Next month when we are going and monitoring, same data is we are noticed. So this is the groundwater level fluctuations. Here also we have noticed there is a depletion of groundwater level from during the study. So we have taken up exclusive groundwater exploration and drilled 14 exploratory wells based on hydrogeological and geophysical surveys. We have got very good, more than 70% of the successful borewells were noticed, which is more than 1.5 LPS, and even that is very good satisfaction for our department. We are given it completely. It was a drought. People were so much glad to see the outflow of that yield of particular borewells. Of course, we also see that some of the borewells we got less than 1 liters per second, but we did not get any borewells. None of the borewells we got borewells dry. So we got, this is the way of incorporating the scientific outputs which is very much required for our studies. So this is the complete field activities of groundwater exploration, starting from selection of the site and going for a VES surveys. We are incorporated with, we are associated with NGRI for our studies, and this is the deployment of rig and the commencement of drilling. And we got this is one Sasalu village in Chiknaiknalli Taluka. We got highest yield of around 11 LPS, and this is the one of the fractures at deeper depth we have noticed. That is a this thing, and this is a measurement of water, flowing water of drilling discharge through 90-degree Venus. These are sample collections. At what depth we encountered the sample, that is very important. What depth we encountered fractures, and what depth we encounter different lithology at different tones. And this is a field inspection by our regional director, SWL regional director, and this is followed by pumping test. And even people were very happy because they were not happy with the water supply from, it is not sufficient actually by the panchayat. So in some of the bore wells immediately panchayat have taken over, but it is we also know the field conditions. We also allowed for time being. We have fully utilized our bore wells, and ultimately once that drilling is successfully completed, for some of the wells we have put with the protection box for our monthly monitoring purpose. So this is the complete picture of groundwater exploration activities taken up by groundwater Central County Board. So this is one we have tried to get a glimpse of subsurface bore wells through borewell cameras, where you can see this is the so this is the casing where it is ended. So with that naked hole starts. So this is the where one of the major fracture we encountered. So at the depth of 138 meters below ground level, and this is the visibility of depth water levels at a certain depth, that is 39.5 meters below ground level. And this is another fracture encountered at the depth of 171 meters below ground level. This is how we can, with the help of borewell cameras also, we can clarify our data, what we collected the data at the time of drilling, and it has to be corroborated with the additional evidences if available. So this is the groundwater exploration with the help of the groundwater exploration data. We have done a fracture analysis, and so here we have attempted to compare the rest wells drilled before the project and even bore wells drilled during the project. So here you can able to see before the commencement of the project, the existing data what we had, we noticed the encounters of fractures below 50 meters. So this is the maybe in the 2080-85 sir, during SIDA projects, they have done some bore wells drilled in the study area. So that time the most of the fractures were encountered below within the depth of 50 meters. So when we, after 15 years of gap, so when we initiated our exploratory wells, we have noticed that maximum number of fractures we encountered behind 50 meters or some most of the time below, behind 100 meters. So we have noticed that up to 50 meters or to some extent up to 75 meters below ground level, entire fracture system were completely dried up because of the over exploitations, either for agriculture purpose or domestic purpose. So this is one of the outcome of the study where we have noticed maximum number of the fractures encountered behind 50 meters or behind 100 meters. So more than 50% of the fractures were encountered behind 100 meters of depth below ground level. So this is the, after that simultaneously we have carried out well inventory data collections. Throughout the year we have collected nearly 1,000 data points were collected across the area. So which includes this is the format we have taken down, which is having the GPS coordinates, what is the village, what is the depth, casing, at what depth he encountered fractures, what is the minimum fracture depth, what is the maximum fracture depth, what is the yield he got, and what type of crop that particular farmer is growing like that. So here also we have noticed with the help of this well inventory data, the dominant fractures were noticed within the depth of 100 to 150 meters below ground level. As you go behind 150, there is a chances of bore wells going dry. So in very rare cases, in one of the bore wells we got one fracture at the depth of around 180 meters below ground level. So even farmers are much more ahead. We are, as per our guidelines, we are restricted up to 200 meters. But farmers are not doing so. They are going behind 200 meters. They are laughing at us, sir, we are in 250 meters. You are still in 200 meters. What is the funny? This is the guidelines which we have to follow. So, but farmer need a water in his bore well. He will go behind his calculations. So, he want water. So, that too farmers are very clever. They drill during summer only. So, when they get water during summer, throughout the year they will get water. That is nice. And even if they get a failure bore wells, after monsoon they will get recharged, they will lower the bore wells. So, that is why they go deeper depths during summer only. So, this is how we have noticed the certain depth-wise analysis we have made, and this is the number of wells invented. Even number of wells you have noticed, if you count around total wells, more than 50 to 70% they have drilled behind 150 to 200 meters. Though we got a fractures at the depth of 125, 100 meters, farmers have gone much more high, more than 200 meters. So this is the number of wells data which is representing. So some of the progressive farmers, they want bore well. I want bore well. I want water. I will go at any extent. That particular farmers have gone 280 meters. So that we are noticing 8 locations, very meager points. So this is the distribution of wells over a map, and we did as a grid wise 1 square kilometer by 1 square kilometer. We tried our level best to collect the data for groundwater modeling purpose. So this is the well inventory data, aquifer-wise data analysis. So since we have 3 different aquifers, gneisses, schistose and granites, how the aquifer properties are there in the different formations. See, here we have noticed the maximum number of wells were drilled in a gneissic formation. Of course, area is also more than 70%, and even the yield is very important point. Yield is also noticed more than up to more than 1 LPS to 3 LPS we noticed. But in case of schistose formation, it is up to 2 meters, and in granite, since it is exposure, we got very limited data. And see, even number of failed borewells also we analyzed the things. So this is how we have done the fracture analysis at different formation wise. So this is the location of water samples. In addition to that, simultaneously we collected the groundwater samples from dug wells, hand pumps, and our wells drilled by CGWB. So this is the spatial distribution of groundwater sampling data There are 36 samples from Kstacademy Taluka and 34 samples from Tiptur, and some of the samples we have collected behind the boundaries also for our interbasin kind of, if there is any changes in interbasin quality. So accordingly we have collected the data. So this is how there is no issues with respect to groundwater quality. So all are most of the samples are falling within the permissible limit, mainly EC, nitrate and fluoride. Fluoride we have noticed in one borewell in the northern part of the study area, but there is no any kind of a human signatures in that village. Now all potable water is being supplied in almost all villages. That is also one of the reason for this one. So this is the water quality data analysis results. All parameters are within the permissible limit. So it is good for both irrigation and domestic purpose. So all are within permissible limit. Where one samples and some of the samples iron content is being permissible limit because of the iron ore mining in the adjacent villages. So infiltration test is also been carried out. Around 20 infiltration test is carried out in the study area to analyze the soil infiltration characteristic across the different soil types. So we have noticed wherever the clay formation is there, for example, tank bund and some of the sheet rocks where it is exposed, naturally there is a less infiltration in nature. And where we have noticed some of the high infiltration rate, then only that time only we came to know it is sandy soils. Till that time we did not know that entire, that is actually where I noticed that depth water level is 100 meters. So there we have noticed the infiltration rate is very high. That is in Siddharam Nagara. So here this is the Siddharam Nagara. Here because of the soil characteristics, the water level is also gone down significantly more than 100 meters. This is how we have to correlate different themes to arrive at a significant result. So this is the instrument double ring infiltrometer we have used for study. So this is the field photographs. So this is how we analyzed some of the representative curves of the study. So where we notice the shallow infiltration depth at clay formations. This is the example of Siddharam Nagara, where rate of infiltration is very high. Then we came to know that because of soil characteristics in nature, and depth water level is also gone behind 100 meters. So this is how we have made an attempt to see a subsurface information through 2D and 3D models. So we have attempted to incorporate 14 exploratory borewells through Rockworks software, which deals with subsurface data informations. There we can able to get a clear-cut picture of subsurface data. Whatever it gives, whatever the data you feed, you can see a clear-cut representation of what you can able to see. See here, this is how we have made an attempt to incorporate the 14 exploratory borewells data into different strip logs, where we have noticed these 3 locations are falling under schistose formation, where the rest of the wells are falling in a gneissic formations. You can also see a clear-cut picture where are the fractures were encountered at different depths in each wells. Where you can see the blue color strip, you can able to see now. So this is the locations where we encountered the fractures. So this is how it is a representative 2D strip log data of gneissic formation and schistose, as well as one dike. For our exploratory borewells, normally we say dike it won't yield much water. For that purpose only, I have recommended one well exactly above the dike, but still we did not get appreciable amount of yield, but that is sufficient for that school purpose. They are very happy. They used to go around 1 kilometer away to their home for midday meal program. So with that borewell, headmaster is very much glad, and he got a little less than 1 LPS. That is more than enough for for their daily purposes. So this is one Varanapura. It is exactly drilled above the dike where we encountered 3 fractures. It is meager yield. So whereas in Saslu we got set of fractures encountered, we got around more than 5-7 LPS in these sites. So this is one complete picture of cystose formation site where we encountered 2 fractures. So this is how it is a representation of the data. So you can able to see 2D strip log data, 3D data, multi-log data, so like that. So this is the 2D strip log of a multi bore wells where you can able to see a cross sections, what are the directions you can able to give. It gives a clear cut 3D strip log data of a particular strip. So this is the 3D multi-log. You can able to see here, this is the cystose formation. This is that Varanapura drilled exactly above the dike, and this is also a shallow bore well is drilled in the rest while study, and the rest of the, see you can able to see what is the depth of the weathered zone. So topsoil, weathered and massive, and fractures at different depths. So this is the this is how fence diagram has been drawn with the help of software through north-south section or east-west sections and across the study area for a clear-cut visibility. Earlier, Prakash Saab and all they used to do in a hand drawn. That was really one of the excellent products. It is improved version with the help of a software which gives a clear-cut differentiation across the lithological boundaries. So this is how the cross section, lithological cross section, where you can see the cystose formation. This is completely the dike. So this dike we encountered in the middle of the depth between gneiss formation. So this is, we tried to made a model of yield. Of course, in hard rock it is not appropriately matching to the field. It is an attempt to create a yield potential models. And even in fracture model also, it is a kind of experiment, but it varies, every meter varies in hard rocks. So this is a 3D disposition has been made. Here actually the blue represents a complete fracture, but in field we got fracture at different depths. So we have considered top of the first aquifer and bottom of the last aquifer as a potential zone. So that we have merged all, though we got massive formations in the middle of these fracture formation, we are completely clubbed. So for managers, planners, we want to say from year to year you will get set of fractures based on the data which is carried out in the study area. So you can also see a depth of weathering. This is very important for recommendation of the artificial recharge structures, where there is a depth of weathering is more, there is a scope for artificial recharge studies. So that gives a very clear cut picture. These are the shallow depth weathering, wherein come to this area, Madigalli, Shettikere and Madhapura, Tikanda, where there is a depth of weathering is significantly up to 30 meters, 25 to 30 meters below ground level. So this is how made an attempt to create a aquifer map across the section north-south, northwest southeast and southwest northeast. And now once we completed the study, so we have collected a lot of data, depth to water levels, VES, groundwater quality and infiltration test, everything we have done, and we have tried to arrive a complete management plan. How to do that? Integration of various thematic maps. We arrived the management plans based on the hydrogeological data, geophysical data, hydrogeochemical data and hydrological information, and parameters considered: depth of weathering, water level data and aquifers, yield of the aquifers, results of the exploration, existing agriculture practices, distribution of water bodies and water quality, and the entire area, it is categorized as a villages which are feasible for groundwater extraction, and which is villages which is not at all feasible for further groundwater explorations. So this is how there are two management plans we have arrived during that study. So this is how one management plan. So this is the guideline based. This is completely field data incorporations. So there is no any particular guideline with the field experience only. I have arrived depth to water levels, VS sounding, well inventory, groundwater quality exploration based on favorable for groundwater exploration and not favorable for groundwater exploration. Based on these characteristics, we have arrived at the villages, categorized these villages where these are the villages where the feasible villages suitable for groundwater development. Groundwater development means now groundwater exploration. So extraction. These are the villages where you are noticing with blue color. These are the villages where we can able to extract groundwater for further utilizations. But in the rest of the villages, there are some shortfalls. So you need to have a cautious. We cannot say we should not go for a drilling. But these are the villages which require for artificial recharge studies. So farmers to be well educated during drilling up of bore wells, or you should have an alternate plan also for groundwater conservations. So this is the villages are arrived, and this is the data, how many villages which are feasible for extraction in Chittoor Taluka as well as Kstacademy Taluka, and these are the villages are not feasible for groundwater extraction in Kstacademy and Chittoor Talukas. So this is we have arrived, and out of 108 villages, 16 villages are comes under safe category. Though the groundwater extraction is more than 186% in that particular time, still these are the villages you can go for further exploitations, further groundwater withdrawal. In 7 villages in Chittoor and 9 villages in Kstacademy Taluka, you can go for further extraction. There in Kstacademy Taluka, out of 108 villages, 92 villages identified not suitable for further groundwater extraction, 44 villages in Chittoor and 48 villages in Kstacademy Taluka. So again, see, we have to see another options. We cannot say you should not go for a borewell drilling because it is my land, I will extract. We will see after 10 years what government is going to give a plans. So for that also we have arrived one more management plan. So category 1 is suitable for further groundwater development, and number 2, there are 6 categories were formulated. So based on the same parameters and climatic maps, and this is how. So here you can see these villages represented with different colors. So if you see blue, these are the blue colors which are go for a groundwater extractions. But whereas in category 2, caution is required for further groundwater development. See, these are the villages. You need to have you should have a caution. You can go for a further exploration, but you need to have a caution. In these are the villages where you are seeing the cyan color. So like that, care required for future groundwater development, irrigation efficiency is required. Management plan is 3. Number 4, extreme care is required for further groundwater development, irrigation efficiency is required, artificial recharge studies is also required. So next plan, artificial recharge studies, structures is very much required for these villages, and no more further development, groundwater extraction in these villages, need artificial recharge through point recharge structures, increased irrigation efficiency is required. In addition to groundwater management 1, there we have say these villages are good and these villages are not good, are not feasible for groundwater withdrawal. But still in the second management plan, what are the further steps we can take up with respect to go for implementation of artificial recharge studies. So accordingly, we have categorized these particular villages under different classifications. So this is the findings of the studies. By depth to water level, we have noticed completely range between depletion between 40 to 60 meters, deeper water levels noticed at isolated patches. That is also very significant in our study area. Maximum number of water bearing fractures were noticed between 60 to 120 meters, and even some fractures we have noticed below 180 meters also, ranging from less than 1 LPS and 2 LPS average. And of course, we have got some of the borewells which is more than 2. On an average, it is between 1 and 2 liters per second. So shallow aquifers are completely dry. Water quality is good with respect to all parameters. Since the farmers are practicing perennial crops like coconut and arecanut under groundwater irrigation, crop rotation is not possible. We are not recommended any suggestions for crop rotation. It is because it's a commercial crops, and even we cannot recommend for change of crop also, since it is a coconut and arecanut plantations. So farmers are already practicing micro irrigation system like drip. In field area, we have noticed in some of the area for a banana crop, for coconut, we have noticed drip irrigation systems where he is having around 5 acre of land, but he got only one successful borewell. He has to do drip irrigations. So in that condition also we have noticed, and the farmers are very progressive in incorporating some of the irrigation efficiency systems. So surface and groundwater resources in the area are fully utilized. High yielding borewells are observed in gneissic formations, whereas in schistose it is very negligible, and even in granite it is completely nil. There is no surplus runoff we have noticed throughout this year from 2011 to 2014 because of the rainfall deficit. We did not, that tank got filled up throughout these 4 years. And we have done some recommendations, normally go for check dams, pump ponds at village level. Since it is recommended at village level, it is completely go to that village and implement. What is the groundwater situation there, and this thing. And we can also say that earlier it is 187%, even now also it is overexploited. These two taluks I verified as per groundwater resource assessment 2022. The stage of groundwater development is more than 100% falling under overexploitation. Though we got rainfall every year, but withdrawal is more for the commercial crops, and even farmers also very tricky. They get one borewell they drill, and immediately they go for a banana or coconut plantations. So by the next year the borewell get dried up, you will go for a things. That's also one kind scenarios we noticed during our studies. Many farmers were not in a, because of this groundwater condition. Groundwater plays a very important role. So, and even we should pray for very good rainfall also. If rain happens good, everything will be sustained very effectively. So this is how my presentation ends. Thank you so much. It's open for discussion. Yeah, thank you, sir.
It was an extensive 360-degree view, complete series of groundwater management, which are proposed for non-structural categorization, aquifer categorization, monitors the water available there, and then further results which lead to the recommended management plan. I think we should give a big hand to Nicola for the extensive study. Before I go, I think I have many people may be having questions. Those questions are answered in the next slide. I think I was having that type of a feeling when I was listening to slide one. Maybe this question can I ask that was answered. Maybe for you also, you might be experienced during this presentation. However, before I go to the audience, I have two questions, sir. What are the types of maps satellite maps you have used for this study? And the second thing one is about when you are going to collect the data set, it is not so easy. Many of you may be knowing, but difficulty is faced during data collection. They will not easily hand over your borewell to do whatever you want. Those things you can extend for the young researchers if they want to go for a field study. Yes. Because the kind of lab work which you have done, people may do sitting at lab very comfortable. But whenever you say go to a survey, the difficulty will be there. Maybe we can throw a little bit light. Then I will come to the board before, sir?
So initially, before taking up this pilot project, Ministry of Justice, Central Government Board, taken because this study, the six pilot study was taken under different hydrogeological terrains. So based on the results of this pilot study, national level active mapping has to be initiated. Of course, in the year 2012, because here we are started simultaneously 2010 to 2014. But in some of the districts, we already started 2011 in the year 2012 to taken some of the districts. But we are unable to start off with even headquarters given though headquarters given a clear-cut guideline. In the field, the data gap itself is very tremendous. See, for a district, how much amount of data we have to collect by a officer, set of officers of two for entire district, and what scale we have to do. Because studying that pilot project and involving directly into a district, it matters a lot. And data collection also is not that much what we have done in the pilot project. Since the area is small and it is completely a dedicated duration during that period. It was monitored by Mr. Kstacademy directly, and they wanted to see a significant results because this study we have collaborated with NGRI, Hyderabad. They have done a L1 survey and in entire area. That's how these areas have drawn a kind of a attention across the states across India. So entirely work carried out at pilot project, we are very satisfied. But same guidelines we have incorporated when we have taken up at large scale, okay, district level. Of course, we have to have some compromisation in data collection because entire district we need to carry out the actual mapping. Data collection may not be this much abundance, but we have done some kind of a grid-wise. So 3x3 square kilometers or 5x5 square kilometers. And geology also plays a very important role. If the geology is same for the entire study, so there is study of collection of the data is somewhat very compromised. But if the geology is multidisciplinary, or you have geology more than 2 or 3, you need to have the data to do a comparative studies because hydrogeology is a very kind of a peculiar, varies from meters to meters, feet to feet. So data collection, it all done as per the guidelines. And since this particularly done separately in this pilot study, we have done a enormous data collection and we have given the village level recommendations, accurate village level recommendation, and even some of the sites during the field study we have given a kind of advice. Yes, we cannot say officially we cannot give advice to farmers, you can drill borewell here. So they have drilled and they got a very good discharge and they have appreciated also. So that helped us, the more you involved in field, you will get more confidence. So and with respect to satellite data products, initially we have used LS1D data, LS1 data, and even Google satellite resolution Google data. I have done more individual patches, village-wide, and mosaic everything, so that I will get broad-wise databases.
Thank you.
So
I think I will now
yes.
maybe those who ask the question, if you are familiar, even then, please tell your name and institute so that better way of answering will be there. Please, sir.
Professor from PUC, and I have two specific questions. And before that, I would like to appreciate you. That is like a briefing normally, briefing for people who want to do yesterday. And also, I appreciate you are doing a very good work with subjecting data. And my question is on this. And we have seen between almost 30 meters in 1 year. It's very
Not 1 year, 2011 to 2014.
still it is
September 2011 to April 2014.
it's a huge decline.
Yeah.
That's a drop period also.
It's completely drought.
And when I'm informing it was one of the cities going to do research in GroundWater, there also we have noticed almost 35 meters of decline. And I thought that maybe when there were monitoring matters and may have made some mistakes. But now I read it with this data. So I think this kind of cases may be just closed at the time. So you have to see that this has got some relevance, like shooting here. And second one is, here you are showing some border which has been built up to 200 meters. And you have made a mapping of fractures up here. And what is your finding? The field of figure which has got this is shallow fracture and medium fracture and deeper fracture. In terms of field of figure, which the level which must have been built how many years before was shallow in that area, and the one which has been recently built with a deeper cut. And how do you correlate the field of figure?
People have heard this question. If not, you can sharply repeat the question and answer it. Because there is already backseat.
Aslam Saab posed a question. The farmer drilled a borewell, say for example, 50 meters in the year 2080 or 85. So another borewell is drilled more than 200 meters or up to 200 meters during the study period. Right, sir? And how we have to correlate it? See, during our study, as I already specified, the entire shallow aquifers were completely dry. So the farmer is having minimum 2 to 3 borewells depending upon the extent of his agriculture land. And one borewell is very much sure that the depth of a drilling borewell is around 25 meters, 40 meters, which is completely unused. And it is dry because of the overexploitation, that well is got dry. And after a certain period, the same farmer, maybe during our project period, because many borewells were drilled during our project period by the farmers. So he got drilled his borewell more than 200 meters, not 200 meters, more than 200. Farmers are very much, they are ready to spend 1 lakh, they need water in that borewell. Sure, you will fight for anything. You will do a lot of arcades, you will see all the temples, roam around all the temples. But sometimes they are landing in unsuccessful way. Even during drilling also, we will come to know that we won't get water there. But he is drilling, ultimately he is end up with dry wells. So coming to the point, and the boreholes which are drilled behind 150 meters, behind 200 meters, he will get first fractures at a depth of 80 meters. Most of them, I am telling as a cumulative part. So between 60 or 80 meters, he will get one fracture, which is around either wet or less than 1 LPS. And around 120, 130 meters, he will get a second fractures. If he goes behind 200 meters, he may expect one more fracture at around 180 meters. But the chances of fracture encounters behind 200 meters is less. So though they are going behind 200 meters, he will end up with nil fractures behind 200 meters. Sometimes what will happen, I have seen some of the farmers, they are very generous and they got a single fractures at a depth of around 80 meters. And behind up to 220 meters, he did not get any fractures. And even when he has gone the complete 250 meters depth, whatever the first fractures he encountered, that has become dry as he goes deeper and deeper. But farmer is having a faith. Next, my adjacent plot, one of got around 180 meters, and I will also try. That is also, there are unsuccessful case studies we have faced. But overall study, around 90 meters, we get one first fracture. So up to 180 meters, there will be a second fractures. So we have noticed one shows we encountered during our study. What scenario is, in one overnight of rainfall, the complete tank got filled up and it has overflowed in the middle of that study area. And when I visited the study area, the farmer is of the opinion that, I noticed they have lowered the pump
any study in it?
Actually, this is a tricky matter. Coastal aquifers are always tricky. See, I have explored some of the activities, exploration in Goa. There, in one adjacent government property, up to 60 meter, we encountered fresh water. So, with the existing data. So, what I thought, I will go for 70 meters. Okay, because because all is experimental things. To get a fresh water and saline water interface. So there, in that particular location, which is approximately around 30 meters distance, we got saline layer at the depth of around 27 meters. So there is chances are very and even coastal saris, Ravesaris, one of the explored. Dead wells are most feasible than grow wells. Unless you are making, because you are spending 1 lakh and you are ending up with a saline water, and ultimately there is no use of it. So in most of the coastal cities, like coastal provinces, they have to completely depend on dead wells, which are fresh water.
Fresh water generally overlaps to the saline water, sir. If you do when we into particular area, then we take on the fresh water, sir, due to having other conditions, and it overrides the brackish water, sir. So in that case,
No, actually, see, if you are continuously withdrawing fresh water, naturally you will end up with the saline.
yeah, yeah.
See, this is like this. So when your depth of water level of fresh water is coming down, naturally there is a overcome of a saline water, saline ingress. So that has to be very carefully tackled, and it is unpredictable in which area we are getting safe water, and where we can encounter the saline water very easily if you go further. Even some of the dead wells, so a few years back it was fresh, the latest it is saline, because it is completely the fresh water is going down, not going down, it is exploiting more and more. So we are coming across with a saline water. For that, rainwater harvesting is the ultimate option.
You have to clearance from me. The first question I would like to ask any women and girl student. Sorry to stop you on this. We can interact with you after you start. But one woman or girl student can ask. So that we may wind up. Anybody has a question?
Even we can discuss during lunchtime also.
Opportunity
There are
is
some presentations to be followed up.
Madam, please. You can
Yes,
introduce
sir.
yourself, speak it loudly.
Presentations, I have shown some of the field photographs. See, there are 2-3 venues are there. So one is water level monitoring through measuring tape, scale measuring tape. See, that well is very easy, it is visible. And piezometers, which is constructed by CGWB, where we have a well cap, you can open it and you can lower your measuring tape. And third, when you want to measure the water levels at hand pumps, you need to open the nut bolts. 3 sides you have to open, and you have to slide towards one side, and you have to lower the steel tape. That is, there is a option. How you are coming to know exactly water level is touched or not. That's also a question when we are measuring water levels manually with the help of a steel tape. There we have to use cut and hold method, where suppose if you lower around 10 meters of complete tape, if the water level touches around 1 feet, 1 meters, the depth water level is 9 meters. Cut and hold method we will call. And now there is a digital water level recorder is there. We are using that. As soon as that it is having a probe, it is a copper based probe. As soon as the probe touches the water, you will get a summary. So that will indicate what is the depth of water level.
in this session.
Sure, sure.
And on behalf of KST,
You want my
like
email ID? You can
yeah,
let
I'd
me
like to
know.
express my sincere thanks to Dr. S.S. Shukla for
Thank
his
you.
extensive and very detailed talk. Very beneficial and useful talk, sir. Maybe we have no more questions, we can have a discussion.
Yeah.
Over to Srinivas.
Thank you. Thank you, Ananda.
Sir, please sit down, sir. Thank you very much, Srinath sir, yeah, for chairing this session. I request Dr. Ramesh sir to please present a flower pot as token of our respect to Srinath sir. Thank you, sir. And also I request Dr. Ramesh sir to please present a flower pot to Vittal sir as token of our respect. Thank you, sir, for your informative and interactive session.
Actually, I would like to say, I'm very thankful to Ramesh sir. I have looked and during the previous 2005 when we are education. So I also have a very good memory working with him.
Thank you, sir. No, directly you can start now, sir. Tea break ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಸಂಗೀತ ಮೇಡಮ್ so after this session we will have tea break, but so we are going to continue. I request Professor So good morning once again, and today's second session we have this session is chairing by Dr. Jagdish H. Godiyal sir. Please I request him to please come on to the dais, and Dr. Sangeeta Bhattacharjee madam, please come on to the stage. And welcome both of you, and Professor Jagdish H. Godihal, presently Professor and Deputy Dean Academic Research at Presidency University, Bangalore. Sir actually did M.Tech and PhD from IIT Bombay, and Sir research area Smart Cities, Infrastructure Systems for Urban and Rural Areas, Sustainable Material and Technology, Green Building, IoT Applications in Civil Engineering, Engineering, Education, Educational Technology, Water and Wastewater Technology, Solid Waste Management, Pollution Control in Industries, Construction and Demolition Waste Management, and Water Resources and Environment Management, and also Disaster Risk Reduction. And also sir published several research papers both in national and international journals, and he got lot of award, and he is commonly known as Jago. With this brief introduction about sir, on behalf of KSTA and my own behalf and all of you, I hearty welcome to you sir for chairing this session. I request Ramesh sir to please present a flower bouquet as a token of respect to Jagdish sir. Thank you sir, and welcome you sir. I request Professor Jagdish sir to please introduce Dr. Sangeeta madam.
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. I thought you were all sleeping. I think you are waiting for the TV postponed, that's why.
Okay, welcome back to the session 2. And I think we have listened to a very interesting session 1 regarding the groundwater, explorations and now today we are with us Sangeeta Kstacademy, Central Groundwater Board, Kerala Resource Center. And as far as the madam is concerned, she has an extensive expertise in hydrogeology and groundwater management. She has significantly contributed to the understanding and sustainable management of groundwater resources in India. And her work encompasses groundwater assessment, recharge techniques, and policy formulation, aiming at ensuring water security and environmental sustainability. Her research and initiatives play a crucial role in addressing the pressing challenges of groundwater depletion and contamination across the country. Okay. So, I request Sangeeta madam to go ahead with her talk.
So when the recharge is less than the discharge, there our state, it comes to a distress stress, where the important component of management comes into the picture. Now the main objective, this has already been covered, so I'll not go into it, but just to very briefly and to wake you up, because it's tea time, coffee time, I know that, just to wake you up, okay, it's a wake-up call. I'll just refresh some of the things which is already covered by Vithala sir. So the objective, why we are all here, okay? What is the objective of the National Aquifer Mapping that has been done by our department? We want to define, we want to characterize, we want to know the aquifer that holds the groundwater. When we say we want to know the geometry, we should know what are the aquifer types, what is its geometry, what is its groundwater behavior, what can be its different hydraulic parameters, and so many things apart from its chemical quality aspects also. And another thing is we need to identification of those and the quantification of the issues that has a direct control on the society. And apart from that, we want to ensure the sustainability of the groundwater resources, because sustainability is now very important in today's context. When I started with NECM platform in the year 2012, we first started with the hydrogeology, and as in my previous lecture, my fellow friend has already said how we first see my data availability. What are the data we have? Once we have the data availability, we identify the data gap, and how we can, once we get the data gap, we go for data generations. So apart from that, the hydrogeology, the GIS platform where different thematic maps are interlaid, then after that, we see the outputs. We had tried and gone for a block level aquifer mapping on 1:50,000, that is NACUM 1. Now, this NACUM 1 ended last year, and we have come to NACUM 2. That is, it is on a more 1:10,000 scale. After that, once we get all those, we share all our data to the state agencies, to the implementing agencies, to the policymakers, and which are used, all the data are used for various government programs, be it PMKSY, ABHI, or any other policies of government. Now, when I said we have covered the whole of NACUM of India, here I just wanted to show you all that this is the whole aquifer system of India, which has been categorized into 9 major aquifer types. And out of that 9 major aquifer types, there are 43 smaller aquifer systems within that 9 major aquifer systems, and about 6,000 aquifer units has been delineated all over India on a scale of 1:250. Now, talking about Karnataka, we are all here for knowing the groundwater scenario in Karnataka. So, from 2012 to 2023, we have completed the whole 1,91,791 square kilometer of Karnataka, and this is the breakup how we have started our work, how much square kilometer was taken up, how much taluk were covered. And we have completed the whole, and about 176, because that time 176 taluks were there. Now it has come higher because some of the taluks have been bifurcated. So all 176 covering, and 1,91,791 square kilometer has been covered. And these reports have all been shared and all been uploaded in our website. Now, when we say like what are the data available, how the data has been generated. So once we identify what are the data, we made a grid like this, and those my stars, the diamonds, those are showing like the data which is available and the data which needs to be generated. Once we know where my data is lacking or where we need to generate, we go for data generation. So the map on the right, you can see these are the exploratory well which has been drilled by our department in the state of Karnataka. It includes our in-house, and we have also gone for outsourcing. So before the NACUM, we had about 1,463 EW, that is the exploratory wells, and about 494 observatory wells. And during the NACUM program, after identifying the data gap and going for the data generation, we have gone for 1,181 exploratory wells and about 242 OW. So we have a data of about 2644 observatory wells and about 736 observatory well, sorry, the exploratory well of about 2644. Now, it is not the data which we also approach the state groundwater department or other state allied departments for the data. So before pre-NACUM, we had the data of this, and exploration we had about 14230, but during this we have added about 500 wells added in the monitoring network. Why? Now the question arises. Because the more the granularity, more the refinement. Now whatever I'll be presenting, it will be all on the available database that can get refined, that can, with more data coming in the coming years, it will get refined. So here we had also taken into account state groundwater department about 353 dug well we have taken the data. We have taken CGWB borewell data of 262, and apart from that geophysical pre-NACUM we have a data set of 3,248, and during NACUM we carried out geophysical of about 3,042. Now coming to Karnataka. So here you can see in Karnataka there are 9 major aquifers, principal aquifers. When we have classified here, you can see the area cover. The highest area covered by the aquifer is Banded Gneissic complex. You can see those light orange color. Those are the areas which is covered by Banded Gneissic complex. And coming to that, if you see the northern part of Karnataka, we can see these are all the basalts, the basic rocks, which covers an area of about 34,930 square kilometer. Here, I like to emphasize again that 99% of the state of Karnataka is underlined by hard rock aquifer. That's where the challenge lies. When we, after doing the aquifer and national aquifer mapping, we have categorized that there are 2 main aquifers. One is the aquifer 1 and another is the aquifer 2. Aquifer 1 is the shallower, the weathered. When we see a dug well, then we are talking about the aquifer 1. That is the ferritic aquifer also, or which is shallower in nature. When we talk about the aquifer 2, it is mainly the fractured and the jointed gneisses or the granites which generally tap borewell. Here we have characterized and categorized aquifer 1 and aquifer 2. These are the general tables. I'll be sharing the PPT, you can all go through it. Here we have categorized and demarcated the ferritic aquifer as well as fractured aquifer of our available database. Here I like to emphasize that this is on the basis of available database. With more data coming, there will be always a refinement of data. When we talk about ferritic aquifer, we can see that dug well, which generally lies in from 50 to 30 meter below ground level. Pumping hours is from 2 to 4 hours during monsoon, and during non-monsoon it is less than 1 to 2 LPS. And this data has been arrived after taking into consideration of about 1,413 dug wells to represent the water level. This is my weather thickness map, where we are showing different from less than 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30 meter below ground level. Similarly, when we see the fractured aquifer, we have tried to do a fracture analysis, taking into the consideration the main aquifers, the Banded Gneissic complex, the granite, the schist. Less than 50 meter, you can see how many are the fractures and what is the percentage. So as the question was there, like we want to know like what is the depth at what the fractures are going to encounter. So this is what we have found. Like if you see, if my aquifer is a Banded Gneissic complex, so less than 50, 25% is the fracture. And when I go to 50 to 100, the fracture percentage is 30. And if we talk about granite, it may vary, because when I talk about granite less than 50, there are 70, and the percentage is about 27. So this gives an idea, like at what depth that I can expect water if the fractures are water yielding. Yield potential, because this is one important component, because ultimately the farmers, the users, the stakeholders, they all aim for the yield. So we have tried to see what is the yield potential of the fractured aquifer. So 55% of the well has recorded low yield, because as we all know, the area is hard rock and there are limited fractures which are water yielding. 15% of my wells which we have drilled is recorded medium, and 27% of our are recorded high yielding. So what we have found that the majority of the high yielding well are constructed in banded gneissic complex and cyst, because majority of my area, as we all know, that is covered by the banded gneissic. Now, if I want to see how the formation-wise the yield has the varies, this is the yield in liter per second, and these are my different aquifers. So I see that banded gneissic complex, the yield is about 24.67, and when I talk about charnockite, it may be 17.67. But that doesn't mean that a charnockite will yield more than a granite. No, because it also depends where my data comes from. Okay, because charnockite and all have very limited exposure when we talk about Karnataka. This I will come in the succeeding slides and it will be more clearer. Now, first aquifer, let us concentrate on banded gneissic complex. Here we have drilled about 687. So we have a database of about 687. The range of the depth of weathering in meter below ground level ranges from 4 to 67.5. 67.5 is a rare sporadic value, so it cannot be generalized. This is the range I am talking about. And when we talk about the fractures, we have found fractures, up to 197, because all our borewell has been drilled up to 200 meters, so we have a data set up to 200 meters. And yield ranges, the maximum yield we have got is 18.9, and at dry at some places. And water quality issues, because this is one important factor that we cannot ignore. We have got high EC, more than 3,000 microsiemen per centimeter at 25 degree in 31 locations all over Karnataka. And if somebody wants to know, if the policymakers wants to know which other district which has been identified with the high EC value, so I will say that our database shows that high EC has been found in Tumkur, Chitradurga, Davangere, Raichur, Koppal, Yadgir, Vijayapura. This is a spot value. I like to emphasize upon it. These are spot value and cannot be generalized for the whole district. Similarly, fluoride we have found in Tumkur, Chitradurga, Davangere, Raichur, Koppal and Yadgir, Chikbalapur, Ramnagara, Belgaum and Chamrajnagar. Coming to the next aquifer is the granite. We have a data of about number of borewell which has been drilled in granite aquifer is about 143, where you can see the range, depth of weathering ranges from 2.9 to 47.77. Then fractured maximum depth at which the fracture has been encountered is 198. We have found some fluoride more than 1.5 milligram per liter. This is as per BIS 2012 standards. So we have found fluoride more than the permissible limit, about the prescribed limit in 12 locations, and high fluoride has been detected in Chikbalapur, Chitradurga, Tumkur and Raichur. Similarly, when we talk about cyst, we can see that highest yield encountered is about 24.68 LPS, and we have found fracture ranges from 9 to 197.5, and high EC and high fluoride has been detected in cyst also, and these are the districts where we have got high value of EC and fluoride above the permissible limit. The districts are Davangere, Ballari, Raichur, Bagalkot, Haveri, fluoride in Ballari, Davangere and Chitradurga. Similarly, talking about charnockite, you can see, as I was telling, it occupies a very small area. That the left hand side you can see. So these are that we have drilled only 13 wells. So whatever data we are presenting is based on the 13 wells we have drilled in charnockite. So here we have found a highest maximum yield of about 6.71 LPS, and EC has been detected only in one location, both EC as well as fluoride. Similarly, coming to the northern part where the basalt exposures are found, here we have drilled about 246 wells, and the depth of weathering ranges from 2.5 to 46.8. And the maximum yield encountered in this basalt is about 21.8 LPS, and we have found high value of EC and fluoride. EC has been detected in Bijapura, and fluoride we have found in Bijapura, Kalburgi, and Belgaum. When you see limestone, you see those are the patches which is covered by limestone. If you see on the left-hand side here, you can see those are the patches where we have found limestone. So about 25 wells have been drilled in limestone, and these are the characteristics which I like to emphasize. We have got EC only in one location of Bagalkot, and maximum fractures encountered in limestone is about 181 meter below ground level. Sandstone, we have drilled only 6 borewell, and these are the characteristics. Now, after getting all those datas and all, these are the aquifer disposition, because we have already told you, like, one of the objective of NACUM is the aquifer disposition diagrams. So these are the different 2D, 3D diagrams which we prepare after completing the NACUM. And if you want to see a zero down and do like a postmortem on it, we will see like how 2D and 3D exploratory well looks like. These are some of the strip logs. We see at what depth we can find the topsoil, at what we will find the weather zone, at what is my probable, or what is the depth at which we have got water yielding fractures. Similarly, these are some of the aquifer maps. We see different directions we take, and we see how the aquifer has disposed in 2-dimensional way. And similarly, 3-dimensional way, we prepare French diagram. And these are some of the diagrams which we prepare on a district level and share with the DCs, with the CEOs and all. Now, when we talk about it, we have collected the data from some of our monitoring wells, which includes about 1,413 dug wells and about 262 piezometers. Piezometer is nothing but a bore well, which is protected. You can see the right-hand side figure where it is only used for monitoring purposes. We generally covered it with a protection box, and we go regularly and collect the water level 4 times in a year. That is January, May, August, and November, where May responds to the pre-monsoon and November responds to my post-monsoon. So here we collect this data, and we see how the depth to water level varies. First, we take the shallow aquifer, that is my dug well data, and we see in pre-monsoon, this May 2023, we can see 92% of my state of Karnataka, the water level is within 10 meter below ground level. When I see in the post-monsoon, that is in November 2023, we see 98% of my state, the water level lies within 10 meter. And similarly, this is the latest January 2024 data, where we can say we can see that 27% of that shallow aquifer had water level deeper than 10 meter below ground level. This is how we monitor and we analyze the water level. Similarly, when we talk about the piezometer or the deeper aquifer, the fractured aquifer, we can see that 40% of my state in May, pre-monsoon May 2023 is within 10 meter. When we talk about the post-monsoon, 60% is above this one. These are some of the interpretations which we are doing. And apart from that, we are also strengthening, because we want to increase the data. So we have going for strengthening of the monitoring, groundwater monitoring stations and the various projects. So we are now going for digital water level under NHP phase 1. This is installation is under process. About 260 digital water level recorder has been installed in selected places, where we are getting the data in our server located in our Bangalore offices. And apart from that, on the phase 2 of NHP, National Hydrology Project, we have gone for 134 borewells. Apart from that, we have also identified 403 wells, which has been added to our existing monitoring stations. And we are also drilling piezometer, where 220 has been proposed, and out of it, 41 has been completed. So once we getting the data, there will be more refinement and more granularity of the data will increase. On top of that, now the total monitoring network after strengthening is about 1,667. Now talking about the groundwater quality issues, the May 2022 data, these are the sum of my parameters: electrical conductivity, chloride, fluoride, and nitrate. I have just taken this 4 parameters because this mainly concerns us, and I am talking about the drinking water prospect. Here, we can see how many number of samples where EC has exceeded more than 3,000 is about 64 samples have exceeded, and percentage is about 5.23%. When we come about fluoride, more than permissible limit, 89 sample has shown more than the permissible limit, which accounts for about 7.27%. And when we talk about nitrate, more than 45 milligram per liter, 318 samples have shown more than 45 milligram per liter. These are the maps which shows the EC and the chloride in the phreatic aquifer. Phreatic aquifer means the sample which has been collected from the duct well. Similarly, the fluoride, these are the values. You can see the red dots. Those are the place where we have got high fluoride, and it has been recorded from 18 districts of Karnataka. When we talk about nitrate, we can see that highest value is recorded in Malasandra in Kolar district, that is 1,076 milligram per liter. So those red dots are the place where we have got value, high value of nitrate, that is more than 45 milligram per liter. And 318 samples has shown high value of nitrate, which accounts for 26% of the total samples. These are my, in a tabular type, if I want to see what are the samples, what are the districts which has been affected by the groundwater quality issues, and what are the sources. Basically, these are all, as you all know, the major is mainly geogenic and anthropogenic, okay? So, fluoride, as you all know, it's a geogenic. So, it is mainly coming from the rock which contain fluoride. Similarly, the nitrate and the districts which has been detected with high nitrate, there it is mainly because of the anthropogenic activities. Anthropogenic activities is the dumping of the waste, sewage, mixing of sewage with the drinking water sources, use of fertilizers. Farmers are going to increase their yield. They are using chemical fertilizers which indirectly enters the water system and ultimately pollutes and contaminates the groundwater. Similarly, uranium also, in my our RD sir yesterday shown, we have found uranium in Karnataka also. So here also, these are the districts which have shown uranium of more than 30 ppb. When we talk about arsenic, arsenic is only found in Gadag, Raichur and Yadgir district. And here also the major source is geogenic, where we can attribute it to the presence of arsenic bearing mineral in the aquifer matrix. Now when we collect all this data, this also gives rise to the, the resource estimation. The resource estimation in the last 4 years, this all data which we collect, these are also used in our resource estimation. And Groundwater Directorate, we are actively involved with them to calculate the groundwater resources. And these are the categorization where we see how the resources have changed over the year. So in 2017, there were 176 taluks. Now as on 2023, that is the latest, we have about 234 taluks. And we can see how the taluks has varied. Overexploitation is more than 100% extraction. We have 100% is the maximum limit. We have over-extracted. So total number of taluks which are overexploited or which are red in color, you can see the change from 2017 to 2023. Earlier, we were doing 3 years. Prior to that, we were doing 5 years, then came 3 years. Now, for the last 2-3 years, we are doing annually with the help of a software which has been developed by IIT Hyderabad. So these red color dots are the taluks which are overexploited in nature. Now, I'm only telling about the problems or what we have find it. Is there a solution? Yes, there will be a solution. If I say we go to a doctor, isn't it? He will detect what diseases you have, but at the same time, he will give a medicine. In the same way, let's all join together and identify the issue and come up with a solution, because it's a commodity which everyone is affected. It's not me, it's you, it's us, isn't it? So here the main groundwater issues of the state of Karnataka is one is availability and one other is quality. So when we talk about the availability, it is the overexploited taluks where we are extracting more groundwater which we are not supposed to. Okay, when we go to Chikbalapur, Kolar, they are extracting 162, 182 is the stage of extraction. And when we extract it, that all our weathered zone has been desaturated. You can see that the dug well which was having water, you can see the water level through your naked eye. Now it is all getting dried. So these are the results, these are the impact of the haphazard exploitation or the extraction that we are doing it on the Mother Earth in terms of extracting groundwater. And apart from that, we are even the borewells are also getting deeper. People are going for haphazard drilling. There, leading to very high level, water level, and their water level is declining. And on top of that, the sustainability, it is not yielding. It will yield for 2-3 years, then it will stop, or it will stop yielding when there is dry season. Maybe after after the rain comes, it started yielding. So these are some of the issues, and we need to find a management plan for that. And NACUM is aiming for that, and we have done that. So when we say overexploited taluk, these are some of the viable solutions, because it differs from taluk to taluk. Because if I say take a taluk where it's a canal command area, the management issues will differ. When I come to another area where there is no canal, the management solution or the management strategies will differ. So it is just a generalized one, which I like to, due to the paucity of time, and I have just categorized it. And just to say, when we say the groundwater development is high, so what is the viable solution? The viable solution is groundwater regulation measures, which Groundwater Directorate is efficiently doing it. And what are the interventions suggested through Groundwater Authority to regulate and control further groundwater exploitations, which they are doing it. And we have to augment the existing groundwater through artificial recharge, impounding, and interbasin transfer of water through Etinohole and tertiary treated water, wastewater. This has been successfully implemented, though there are a lot of hues and cries, because for anything there will be two parties will be there. But we have to, in long sustainability, long term measures, we have to go for it. And there, yesterday also our eminent scientist, he was telling interlinking, Shankar sir was telling interlinking of basin. A time has to come. We have to forget about our state dispute. We have to forget about our geographical difference. We have to join hand together to find a viable solution. Otherwise, our future generation will be at stake. Similarly, for water quality, nitrate and fluoride problem, we have to identify an alternate source. We need a source, and maybe the source can be surface water, if surface water is available, or we have to go for an alternate source, borewell, tapping the groundwater, where we taste the water, and if it is found potable, it can be used. Similarly, we have to promote rainwater harvesting on a government scale, on a commercial establishment, on government institute, and even to personal household levels. We have also come up with the master plan of 2020, where out of this area, these are the number of check dam, percolation tank, these are the number of recharge structure has been proposed district-wise, and what is the total cost. These are all, but these are all after ground truthing only we are doing. This is all generalized and given for the whole of Karnataka, but proper site selection, ground truthing has to be done before implementation of the structures. Here, on top of that, we have to also advocate the water use efficiency by micro-irrigation practices, changing cropping pattern if it is to be implemented, and alternate source of drinking, setting up of water filtration plants. These are some of the suggestions we have given. And apart from that, other intervention, generalized, because if we talk about Karnataka, that will be for district to district, for taluk to taluk, it's very all different. But the generalized, if I say the existing tank, every village, because our forefathers, we cannot ignore the traditional wisdom. They're way ahead of us. They have thought long. We have realized now But the carriers, the tanks, that needs to be rejuvenated, that needs to be resilted, so that it can hold rainwater and can artificially recharge the groundwater also. And there has to be construction of farm pond tanks, and some of the bore wells which has been abandoned because of low yield or non-functioning or malfunctioning, that can be used to recharge the groundwater. And the deep dug well which has gone dry, that can also be converted into dug cum bore well to increase the well. These are some of the interventions which we have proposed. And apart from that, water use efficiency practices is the need of the hour. People has to shift from sugarcane, areca nut towards millets. And in some areas, in dryland areas, they have already advocated. And this needs to be more campaigned for, more propagated for, so that the farmers needs to be educated. They should know about the ill effects of flooding irrigation, and they should go for drip irrigation. And when we say artificial recharge structures, it is not only about construction, isn't it? When we buy a car, we go for servicing. Why? Because the function should be affected. In the similar way, just mere construction of a structure doesn't help. There has to be a periodical maintenance, just like the way we take our vehicle for servicing, or like we go for regular checkup for our doctors, isn't it? So similar way, we have to go for a periodical maintenance of artificial recharge structures for its efficacy, for its better functioning. Similarly, there has to be a mandatory rooftop rainwater harvesting. The government has already implemented. It has to become in a more major way. And apart from that, the participatory groundwater management. See, it is not, as I told earlier, it is our duty to save. Let's all join hand together and do it and save the precious commodity. Whatever data we have done, it has all been shared. Our data are readily available. Some may find flaws in our data, but as long as data is free, people will not understand its importance. But yes, we are doing it, and we want to improve it. If improvement is there, life is an improvement. Life is a learning process. So whatever we are doing, we are going ahead with it. And NACUM 2.0, we are going on a finer scale, 1:10,000. We have taken an area of about 1 gram panchayat, or just having 1 gram panchayat with 10 villages. It can be 100 square kilometer, it can be 200 square kilometer. So we have taken up in a more micro level way, so that we can have better granularity and better control over the groundwater resource, and we can come up with more challenging constraint, I will say, and have come up with more better resolution and interventions. So these are all all we have done. All the data has been shared with the implementing agency. We have done online, we have physically presented, and it's not only about presentation, it's about taking also. Any feedback, any improvement they suggest, we take into it. One is that state level expert committee, we first present it in front of state level committee. Any inputs we take into account, improve it, then we go for national level expert committee. They scrutinize, we go and present, they give their input, all experts from IIT, from US, then ICAR. We have eminent lecturers, Delhi University, JNU. They all give their feedback, and they said this is where you need to improve. We take that into account. Then we went to DCs, COs, take their input. Then finally, after incorporating all the inputs, we come up with the management plan. So this is all what we are telling, and these are some of the success stories that motivates us to do more and strive more for better sustainability and water security. This is one success story which I like to proudly present, is that based on the NACUM studies, in one of the water stress taluk, in Goribidno taluk of Chikbalapur district, they have taken 103 artificial recharge structure, multi-arc dam. You can see the photographs there. Here, it covers about 38 gram panchayat, and construction is underway. And based on the findings of our NACUM, they have gone for this implementation of this artificial recharge structures. And here, actually, the taluk which has been selected, it's an overexploited block, and there about stage of development is 213%. So you can very well understand. where we are standing. So here we have gone for it, and we, based on that, we have gone for site selection, and along with the other state government departments, we have gone for a joint action plan. We have gone construction, and the construction is underway. And on top of that, these are some of the field photographs, the construction ongoing structure. This is one Bebinahali Gram Panchayat. This is the during work, after work. And on top of that, we don't stop there. We try to see what are the impact of those structures in that. So we are continuously monitoring the groundwater level. So by the end of the 103 structures, we'll be in a position to say that yes, there has been an impact of those, the construction of those structures has an impact on the groundwater, local groundwater scenario. So these are the QL which has been established and has been continuously monitored to see the efficacy and the benefits of those structures on that local groundwater scenario. These are some of the field photographs. This is same thing which I don't like to go into details. And these are some of the workshops where the farmers came and he spoke about the project. And these small things motivate us to do further and give our 100% and strive better for better sustainability, for better water security in the coming days. And we have also collaborated with Watershed Department, and we have all done impact assessment of the artificial recharge structures. We have got some, based on our this thing, they have used and asked for our random inspection to assess the impact. And we have submitted a report to the state government, Watershed Development Department, and they appreciated our work. And all the successful wells which we have drilled after checking the potability, we are handing it over. But in some cases where the yield is low, we are converting it into a monitoring well. Similarly, those our NACIM reports, 2D, 3D disposition maps has been used by the state agencies to drill bore wells under Abhi project. Similarly, and to reach to the local level, we have conducted about 54 micro-level aquifer mapping program. See, speaking here in an air-conditioned room and talking to the CEOs, DC, somewhere we are getting cut from the local stakeholders. So we go and interact with the Gram Panchayat level. We go and talk to the farmers. Small awareness program has been done, and we are able to involve them in a participatory approach, so that in the coming future, the scaring, the gloomy picture which we are having may get changed for a better one. So with this, I like to thank one and all for your patient hearing. It's open for open discussions.
Definitely the recharging the groundwater will lower down the chloride level because you know dilution and the things of chloride. And then what are your
Yeah, yeah, madam will available during tea break. You can discuss it. Now I thank you, Jagdish sir, for chairing this session. I request Ramesh sir to present a flower fort to Professor Jagdish sir as token of our respect. Thank you, sir. And also request Ramesh sir to present a flower pot to Dr. Sangeeta madam as a token of our respect. And thank you very much, madam, for your elaborative lecture. And just we can have 15 minutes tea break. and please assemble back at 12 o'clock and we will start another lecture. So thank you, madam, thank you. Huh? No, 12, 1 o'clock, sorry. Sorry, 1 o'clock. Yeah, sorry. Good afternoon and welcome back. And I request all the delegates please occupy your seats. And today's session is chaired by Dr. K. Ramakrishna Reddy sir. And today's speaker, this session speaker Dr. Dwarkis sir is giving talk by online. Dr. K. Ramakrishna Reddy sir, Professor of Chemistry, presently working as Regional Joint Director, Department of Collegiate Education, Government of Karnataka, Bangalore. Dr. Ramakrishna Reddy sir obtained his MSc and MPhil degrees from Gulbarga University with first rank at MSc level and was awarded 2 gold medals in 1991 and also first rank at MPhil in the year 1992. He awarded PhD degree in Bioinorganic Chemistry from Bangalore University in 2009 through Faculty Improvement Program by UGC. He was appointed as a lecturer in 1992 through KPSC and started his service at Government First Grade College, Chintamani. From there he moved to Department of Chemistry, Bangalore University, Bangalore to pursue his PhD in 2005 and then transferred to Government Science College, Bangalore in 2008 and worked in various capacity at the and also promoted as Joint Director. He has taught chemistry for the last 32 years in both undergraduate and also postgraduate programs. He is an inspired teacher and many of the students were placed in very good positions. He served in different capacities as HOD of Chemistry, PG Coordinator and IQAC Coordinator, Purchase Committee Coordinator, Research Advisory Committee Coordinator, UGC Expert Committee Member, member in NEP and also SEP Model Curriculum Preparation. In October 2020, Government Science College was elevated to University, Rupatunga University by RUSA. Sir played a key role in the process of elevation a college to a university level. He served as a first register evaluation at Rupatunga University, Bangalore, till he took charge as Joint Director. Dr. Reddy sir was recognized guide for PhD program. He guided 2 students in their PhD program. He has completed 1 major research project funded by UGC New Delhi and also 1 KFIST level project from Vision Group on Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. He has published over 32 research papers in national and also international peer-reviewed journals, 3 books and 2 patents to his credit. He has organized more than 20 workshops, seminars, lecture programs and also as Indian Academy of Science and also gave more than 45 invited talks. With this brief introduction about Dr. Ramakrishna Reddy sir, welcome you sir for chairing the session and please introduce today's session speaker Dr. Dwarkis sir. This giving online talk. Why did I give you some?
Good afternoon to all of you. Ellargu namaskara. It's already 2 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock. I don't want to take much of the time. I thank KSTA for inviting me to chair this session. And I'm very happy to inform you that KSTA is conducting this kind of seminars. Even last year on climate change, they conducted in the month of November. This year on the groundwater. And if you look at that climate change and groundwater, that means the burning issues they are attending. Therefore, 1 month back, I received to my office, I received a letter from KSTA that you should inform to all your degree colleges in your region. Therefore, I sent a brochure to all my degree colleges. Now I have to think how many students from different government colleges have attended. And really, it's a big opportunity for entire the participants, both for the students and the teaching faculty, to know the issues in the groundwater parameters and all those things. And I'm very happy to introduce Dwarkish. He's a professor from Department of Applied Mechanics and Hydraulics, NIT Surathkal. And he's obtained his education PhD from Institute of Remote Sensing, Anna University, Chennai, MTech from NIE, Mysore University, BTech from NIE, Mysore University. He has a lot of experience. He started his career in 1990 as a site engineer. Now he is the professor in
and I am taking care of that for an institute admission category and all. In view of this, sorry once again, and to begin with, the name of the talk is Integrated Coast Management for Plan for the Dakshina Kannada Coast. Overview of my presentation includes specific introduction in the form of remote sensing, ICZMP, coastal processes, and also specific issues for Indian coast. How exactly it is erosion is taking place and mitigation measures. And in the form of case study, I have selected undivided Dakshina Kannada coast to develop integrated coastal zone management plan. The talk is for about 50 to 55 minutes. To begin with, this is the basic definition available for remote sensing. It is the science and art of obtaining information about object, area, phenomena through the analysis of data acquired by a device. When you say this is the definition, there are three important points. Number one is object. The object may be a building, tankers, or anything.
Thank you, sir, for your informative talk regarding coastal management, coastal zone management plans. Sir, I have one question to you.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any collaboration with the government agencies, because you publish a lot of work how to manage the coastal zones? Do you have any collaborative works, any success stories after your intervention, after the publication, any activities taken by the government departments?
Yes, sir. We do have the collaboration with the government, state government as well as central government also.
Okay.
I am one of the 4 panelists available for identification as well as formulating the projects under ADB, the name of National Coastal Zone Management Authority, and our department is doing lot many works for Karnataka coast also. Most of our works are related to New Bangalore port areas.
Thank you, sir.
NLP.
Thank you, sir. If any questions from the audience, you please. Here is madam is ready.
Hello, sir. It was a very nice presentation. It was very in-depth, giving us lot of information about the coastal zone and all. I just wanted to ask one question, sir. In one of your slide, you have taken some data over a period of time. For successive period, we have find there were deposition, and in one we have find accretion. So what can be the reason that in a particular year we have got accretion and for the other 2 years there is deposition or erosion? How can you justify or answer to that? Like, is there a particular phenomena that has affected that?
Hello. Sir, are you audible?
Yes.
Madam is asking that in at a different timings you have taken the remote sensing photographs. In one period there is a, what I can say, erosion was not there. Another period erosion starts. What is the reason for that? She is asking. Madam is asking.
This is like a natural phenomenon itself, sir.
It is
For
natural.
example, if you are leaving the beach just like that without venturing into that, nothing is going to happen. All the beaches are considered to be nature's playground or waves playground. After venturing to that, definitely we have to face the consequences. That indicates that nature is already maintaining a development or in the form of dynamic equilibrium. We should not disturb that. That is identified by remote sensing data set directly. Cyclic nature of erosion as well as deposition.
Thank you, sir. From students. You can speak. You can speak loudly.
If erosion is more than the deposition in coastal area, it is causes also for saline water intrusion. So what will be the coastal zone management strategy for that, sir?
Sir, have you heard of it? Have you got it, sir? Question. If
Please repeat, sir.
if the erosion is more than the deposition, then saline water enter into that area. How to manage that?
Erosion is more than.
Deposition.
Yes, sir. That indicates again the wave concentrations, sir. During that time, we have got the concept of wave divergence as well as wave convergence. Wherever the location which is having wave convergence, that location is always vulnerable for erosion. We should not go for any developmental activities nearer to that particular location. On the other hand, we have the wave divergence. Wherever wave divergence is taking place, we have the very good beach undisturbed by the waves also. That particular location can be considered as the further developmental activities locations.
Thank you, sir.
How to prevent? That is, there are so many methods available, both in the form of hard as well as soft options. Hard options include construction of seawall, breakwater, jetties, revetments, etc. Soft options, that is in the form of growing vegetation, mangroves, and also sand bypassing.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? If no questions, I thank once again Dwarkesh sir for his elaborate and informative talk. Now it is the time for.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. For
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of KSTA and on behalf of all the participants, I would like to thank Dr. G.S. Dorki, sir, for presenting today's session, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Ramakrishna Reddy, sir, for chairing this session. On behalf of KSTA and on behalf of all the participants, thank you very much, sir. Now, I request Dr. Srinivas Vittalji to hand over a moment to Dr. Ramakrishna Reddy, sir, as a token of respect. Thank you, sir. Now we will be having a lunch break. After that, 2:30 there will be a session. You can join at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sir, are you there, sir?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Glad to see you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll speak to you in the evening, sir.
I am very happy to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Just by Charles J.S.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bye.
Bye, sir. Bye, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. ಭರತ್ ಹೇಳಿ. ಭರತ್.
check, check, hello. Check, 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 hello. Check, check, hello, hello, check, hello. Oh, that is hello, check, hello, 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 check, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, 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 hello. Hello, check, hello, hello, check, hello, 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 mic testing 1 2 3, hello, check, hello, 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 check, hello, hello, yo, hello, check, hello, 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 hi, hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, 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 check. And let's go back. Check, check, hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello. Mic testing 1 2 3. Check, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check, check, mic testing 1 2 3. Check, check. Hello, check, mic testing 1 2 3. Check, hello. Hello, check, check, mic testing 1 2 3. Check, mic testing 1 2 3. Check, hello, hello, hello. Mic testing 1 2 3. Check, 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 hello. Mic testing 1 2 3. Check, hello, hello, check, hello. Check, 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 check. Check, 1 2 3. Check, check, hello, 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 check, hello, hello. Mic testing 1 2 3. Check, hello, check. Mic testing 1 2 3. Check, check, check. Hello, check, hello, check, hello, hello, check. Mic testing 1 2 3. Hello, check. Mic testing 1 2 3. Hello, check, hello, hello, check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Hello, hello, check. Yeah, sounds. Check 1 2 3. Hello, hello, check, hello, hello, check. Mic testing 1 2 3. Hello. Test. Check, check, hello, 1 2 3. Check. Check, mic testing 1 2 3.
Humming. Check.
Check 1 2 3. Check, mic testing 1 2 3. Hello.
No. Humming.
Check, mic testing 1 2 3. Hello.
Check 1 2 3. Check. No, humming. increasing, increasing, increasing. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 check. No, humming, humming also, humming also. Check 1, 2, 3. Check. Check, check. No, same. Check, check 1, 2, 3. Hey. Check 1, 2, 3. No, voice no. Check, check 1, 2, 3. Check, 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 check. Fine. No. Check. Yeah. तू तो सन पड़े थे कि कॉल करते मैं का check, check, check. ಲೈನ್ ಔಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಲೈನ್ ಔಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ 1, 2, 3 ಯಾ ಫೈನ್
Check, check, mic testing 1, 2, 3. 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 Check, check, mic testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, check. 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 Hello. Spot mixer, spot mixer allo. Check. Check, check. Hello, mic testing. 1, 2, 3. Check. Hello. Sir, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಾಯ್ ಹಲೋ ಫೈನ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಷ್ಟೇ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ ಗೂಗಲ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಇದೆ.
So good afternoon, delegates. There is one request from all of you. Please use our this compendium backside. There is a link in Google Form. Please give your feedback after this session.
Okay, welcome back. Now we have with us Srimati Jagdishwari, Senior Geologist, Groundwater Directorate, Government of Karnataka. Her qualifications: MSc in Applied Geology from Bangalore University. She is a gold medalist, and she is having 17 years of experience in the department, and she has been trained in Netherlands as well as in Denmark for groundwater modeling, and also she has taken training in IIT Roorkee and also Pune. Okay, Pune. Okay. Now I request Jagdishwari madam to go ahead with her talk. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for giving my introduction. I thank Ramesh sir for giving this opportunity to speak about sustainable groundwater governance and policy. I am Jagdishwari from GroundWater Directorate. GroundWater Directorate was part of Mines and Geology. It got bifurcated and established as a separate department under Minor Irrigation and Groundwater Development Department, and with the name GroundWater Directorate. GroundWater Directorate is we all know that Karnataka is the 6th largest state in the country, with a geographical area of 1,91,791 square kilometers, command area 33,235 square kilometers, non-command area 1,37,000 square kilometers, and hilly area 20,000 square kilometers. For the administrative purpose, the district is divided into 31 districts and 236 taluks as of now, 6,019 gram panchayats and 29,340 villages. In all the 30 districts, our groundwater district offices have been established and functioning with deputy director and senior geologist as the head of the office, headquartered at Bangalore. Why I am giving this introduction about our department is many of them does not know that a department exists for groundwater under Government of Karnataka, State Department. Whenever any reference is made for groundwater, it is only with the Central Groundwater Board. That may be because we were under Mines and Geology Department and got bifurcated a decade ago in the year 2014. So this is about our department. Now I am going to explain about our activities. Groundwater Directorate is involved in water level monitoring. Across the state, we have been monitoring water level data since 1973. We are proud to say that we have maintained nearly half a century data. For 50 years, we have been monitoring data, that too monthly monitoring of water level data. It is one of its kind in the state, in the country. Our department is maintaining monthly water level data, recording it and maintaining the data with observation wells spread across the state at 10 by 10 kilometer grid interval. That is, for every 100 square kilometer grid, one observation well has been established. The observation wells are of both piezometers and dug well types. In coastal Malnad regions, we have dug wells. In other than coastal and Malnad regions, we have bore wells for monitoring. Initially, we were monitoring observation wells manually, as explained by Vittal sir in the morning, using metal tapes. Later on, we used automatic water level indicators, which used to give beep sound with a sensor at the end of the tape. Then came, during the hydrology project phase 1, automated water level recorders. Instrument with a cable and a sensor was installed and was fixed into the observation well, which was programmed to record the data at regular interval of time. The recorded data, we used to procure it every month when we visited the field. Later on, during hydrology project phase 2 and phase 3, now National Hydrology Project, digital water level recorders with the telemetry system have been installed to our observation wells. The other activities includes collection of groundwater samples in the vicinity of the observation wells for pre-monsoon and post-monsoon seasons, and analysis for the drinking water standards, and bringing out periodic reports out of the analysis reports. Next is assessment of groundwater resources. The assessment of groundwater resources is being carried out since 1987, and the department is very actively involved in the data collection from the field in coordination with the Central Groundwater Board. Following the GEC methodology, the assessment is being carried out. Earlier, assessment was done once in 5 years. Later on, it was done once in 3 years, and now it is being done annually. The latest assessment done is as on March 2023. The department is giving technical advice for locating suitable sites for borewell drilling for farmers, for individual person, industries, and for any person who is in need for the technical advice. The department is also giving technical advice for construction of artificial recharge structures in selecting suitable sites, for solid waste disposal sites, and in many other areas. And the department is conducting awareness program at various levels, at school, college levels to educate children, and at public level to educate public, and for the officers of the line departments to educate the officers. And we are also conducting programs in Krishi Melas, and other public places where huge public gatherings are there about the groundwater, its judicious usage. Also, we are imparting awareness about safe closure of abandoned wells to prevent fatal accidents. As per the Supreme Court guidelines, we have been reporting to legal service authorities about the safe closure of the bore wells in the state every 3 months once, and we are also educating people about safe closure of the wells which are non-functional or defunct or failed bore wells. This map shows our observation well network distribution. One left side is bore wells and the right side is dug wells. Here 30 years rainfall data is plotted. We can see that the normal rainfall in the red line, which is 1153 millimeters. We can see that in 2001, 2003, 2011 and 2023 the rainfall was short. It was almost just more than 50%, half of its normal rainfall. How rainfall affects groundwater? Rainfall is the main source for groundwater recharge and groundwater level fluctuation directly is influenced by rainfall. This map shows fluctuation from pre-monsoon to post-monsoon water level in the year 2023. This chart shows groundwater level fluctuation with its previous year data. We see that in most of the cases the fall taluks are less and rise taluks are more. If we take difference between this year water level data and the previous year water level data, the rise taluks are more, but wherever this fall taluks are more, those years were drought years. So this way our observation well data recordings help us in knowing the occurrence of drought years, and we can predict future occurrences also based on the rainfall. The left side map shows decadal fluctuation, 10 years average data with the May month of 2023 data. On the right side one shows decadal average data for the month of November with 2023 November data. Actually, during November the water level improves. Due to rainfall, recharge activity takes place and water level improves. So the map should have been the other way. Since 2023 was a very low rainfall year, we see that the November fluctuation, the rise zones are less whereas fall zones are more. Hence rainfall influences groundwater level fluctuation. The same thing for the month of Jan, Feb and March is shown here. We can see that the red areas are more towards March. We all faced severe drought situation in the month of March. So that is very evident from our groundwater level fluctuation maps. As I already told, we have installed DWLR with telemetry to almost 2213 observation borewells. The top one shows these are hydrographs. Hydrographs are time series data of water level plotted over a period of time. The below one shows the water level data of DWLR with telemetry for the same location. Since the department is holding half century data, the department has developed an online data entry system. During hydrology project phase 1, for unification of data compilation, under the project, the groundwater data entry system software was developed, which was an offline software. In the same way, for surface water data entry, also surface water data entry system, and for water quality data entry systems were developed. But later on, during 2009 and onwards, after the upgradation of the Windows versions, these softwares did not work. The higher end versions of the software, versions of the Windows did not supported the software. So there our data compilation problem arose. So the department did not waited for anyone to come for our help. The department in-house, we developed an online data entry system in the same lines as the groundwater data entry system software, which was an offline thing. Now instantaneously our district people, when they record the data the same day, or the software is mobile compatible, they can enter the data on the way from one observation well to other observation well. Now the historical data is also pulled into this online GWDS system, because collecting data is a very critical work, and recording it and holding that data safely is also a big job. I have been doing this data collection and compilation work for the past 17 years since I joined the department, and we all geologists know the value of the data, because every month we go to the field. How we go to the field, how we collect the data, the person who goes and collects the data knows the value of that data. So we have developed in-house online data entry system where we have stored our data, historical and the current data that is being collected also. And this was uploaded from the central government, and under National Hydrology Project, they have collected our system and they have developed NWIC, which is which is the nodal department, nodal wing for all water information system. They have developed a center to store the data. So they have collected our method of recording data in the online system, and they have developed the online version for data compilation. These are also few more maps, graphs of DWLRs. As I already told, our geologists go to each and every department to collect the data. What is groundwater estimation? Groundwater estimation is basically water balance. That is, how much water is available, how much water is being utilized, what is the balance available for the future. That is what we are estimating under groundwater resource estimation. So there is a methodology, because we see surface water, we can quantify it using many measuring instruments, whereas groundwater is invisible. So to estimate groundwater, we should go for the indirect methods of estimation. So who all uses groundwater and who all contributes to the recharge of the groundwater. So we collect those information. Those information will be available at with one department it will be available district as a whole. With one department it will be available village as a unit. So we should bring everything to our assessment unit, which is taluka. Earlier we used to do it watershed as an assessment unit. Now we are doing taluk as an assessment unit, which is very convenient for the administrators also to use the data for implementation of any actions to be taken, like recharge measures or fund releasing, all those purpose. The Central Groundwater Board, in coordination with IIT Hyderabad, they have developed Ingress software, which if we give our data sheet as input, it will calculate the groundwater resources and give the output. So now the job has been very simplified. Earlier all the calculation used to be carried out at the office, in each and every district office, and it used to get compiled in the head office in coordination with the Central Groundwater Board. So as per the latest assessment, the taluks are categorized as overexploited, critical, semi-critical, unsafe. Overexploited taluks are those taluks which are where the groundwater utilization is more than recharge. Like in my account, if I have 100 rupees, I am utilizing more than 100 rupees, I am in a deficit end. So I will be called as an overexploited person. So like way critical is 70 to 90% of utilization, semi-critical is critical is 90 to 100, semi-critical is 70 to 90, safe is below 70%. Overall the state is in safe category. It is the stage of groundwater extraction is 66.76% as per March 2023 assessment. Why I am giving this introduction is the governance is based on the taluk categorization. My subject is groundwater governance. So for that, taluk categorization is very important. So overexploited taluks are the taluks where the governance should be more stringent, and the critical and semi-critical OCS block we say. So there the governance policy should be more stringent, whereas in safe taluks we have further scope for exploitation. Earlier it used to be called as stage of groundwater development, SOD. Now it is called as stage of groundwater extraction. This is because in my in the morning session my other colleagues from Central Groundwater Board said that earlier it was groundwater development, now it is groundwater management. This is a stage of groundwater extraction over a period of time during different assessments. So now we are at 66.26% of groundwater utilization. This I already covered. What is sustainable groundwater governance and what is sustainable groundwater governance policy? Why governance is required? Earlier during 80s and 90s, when the groundwater exploitation started or groundwater development started, we had enormous groundwater. So that time governance was not required. Now the governance is required because we should ensure that our future generation also gets safe water for their basic needs without affecting environment, economic or social consequences. So for that, we are responsible, so as a responsible citizen, as a responsible government servant, we should ensure that using those governance policies, the water is secured, particularly groundwater. What are the major factors in key components involved in governance? One is actions or actors, those involved in the governance policies. So from past 2 days, people were asking who is responsible for governing the groundwater utilization. So they are the actors. Legal framework, there should be some laws and regulation. When no law is there, we will be driving our vehicle however we want. Whichever is the shortest route, we will take that. Since there is a law, we are abided by the law and rules, we follow a discipline. Policies, the outcomes of the governance process is made into policies. Information and knowledge, this is essential for informed decision making. So clear policies, regulations and guidelines are crucial for inclusive urban groundwater governance, not only urban and rural groundwater governance, to ensure that groundwater remains a renewable resource for urban as well as rural groundwater security. Yes, there is an act which exists for groundwater governance, and that act is called as the Karnataka Groundwater Regulation and Control of Development and Management Act 2011. This act has been framed based on the central government's Groundwater Bill 2005. Even the rules has been made, it's called Rules 2012. I will brief about the salient features of the act. This act is enacted to regulate and control the over-exploitation of groundwater. So Karnataka Groundwater Authority has been formed, constituted by GO 16/3/2012 under the chairmanship of secretary. There 19-member committee is there at the state level under Karnataka Groundwater Authority, which is chaired by Secretary Minor Irrigation, Director Groundwater being the member secretary with other members from the line departments. There will be 2 subject experts and representatives from farmers. District committees are formed with Deputy Commissioner of respective district as the chairman and Senior Geologist or Deputy Director as the member secretary. Particularly in BBMP area, for better governance, under the chairmanship of Engineer-in-Chief BWSSB, another committee has been formed which is regulating in the BBMP area. Under section 10, notification of taluks to regulate, control and develop and management of groundwater. So as I already mentioned, over-exploited taluks, critical taluks and semi-critical taluks are the OCS taluks are where we need to regulate or control the over-exploitation of groundwater. So under section 10 gives the provision to notify a taluka for regulation. It can be an over-exploited taluk, critical or semi-critical taluk. Wherever the committee feels that regulation is required, those taluks can be notified. Section 11, grant of permission to drill borewell in such notified talukas. Section 12 says about registration of existing users, existing borewell users in the notified area. Section 32 speaks of violation of the act which attracts penalty and or imprisonment. Section 33 speaks about compounding of offences. So I'll just go in detail about only few sections which are of importance. For other sections, you can refer to our Act and Rules book, which is available in our website. The Karnataka Groundwater Regulation and Control of Development and Management Act is legislative act enacted to regulate and control development and management of groundwater resources in the state. This act is officially known as Karnataka Groundwater Regulation and Control of Development and Management Act 2011. Where and all it applies to entire state of Karnataka. When it was commenced, it came into force on 20th June 2011. Application. The Act's provision are in addition to the existing laws related to public drinking water sources. There is another act which is for Protection of Drinking Water Sources Act. So it goes along with it. In the chapter 1, there are definitions for terminologies such as artificial recharge authority, contravention, digging, drilling agency, defunct well, failed bore wells, government, groundwater, inferior quality work, local authority, notified area, permit, rainwater harvesting, registration and users of groundwater. You will find definition in the chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 speaks of establishment of the authority, Karnataka Groundwater Authority. Who are all the members? As I already told, who is the chairman, who is the member secretary, who are all the other members. It consists of various members including government officials, representative from different departments and nominated individuals with special knowledge in the groundwater. Disqualification section lists the condition under which a person may be disqualified from being a member. Terms and conditions: non-official members serve for 3 years, those who are nominated and subject experts, and may be reappointed with provisions for resignation and continuation in the office. Meetings. The authority should meet at least once in 3 months. The chairperson presides over the meetings, and crucial decision, notification things, decisions will be taken in the authority meeting. Staff. There is provision for separate staff to the authority, but the government has not given any staff. The Groundwater Directorate is taking care of the authority works at state level and also at district level. Powers to notify areas. The authority advises government on regulating groundwater extraction and use in specific areas. The government may declare any area as notified area where it, as I already told, feels that there is the regulation required. Section 11 speaks of grant of permit. So any person who intends to drill a bore well in a notified area should take permission from the authority. So that section 11 speaks about what are the documents required, what are the conditions for taking permission. Registration of existing users. Existing bore wells should be registered as per section 12. Registration of drilling agency. Section 13 speaks of registration of drilling agency. Any rig which intends to drill a bore well in the state of Karnataka should get registered under Karnataka Groundwater Authority. Without registration, no bore well drilling agency or a rig owner is allowed to drill a bore well in the state. That is treated as illegal activity. So when as an individual, what I can do with this? Whenever you are getting any bore well drilled for your personal use, make sure the drilling agency is registered. Power to alter, amend or vary the terms of permit or certificate of registration. After giving any registration certificate to any person or an agency, if they violate the conditions, the authority has the powers to withdraw the registration or alter the condition, or the authority can cancel the permit or registration also. Without a permission in notified area, people cannot get any subsidies or any assistance, financial assistance from the government. Even power connection is not given in notified area if the permission is not obtained. Powers of the authority. What are the powers of the authority? The authority can enter into any premises, ask for the documents, check whether they are legally doing the extraction. So those powers are vested with the authority and its committees. Search and seizure. So the authority has a right to enter and search premises where illegal activities are suspected and can break open the doors if necessary after due process. So additional powers, the authority may exercise other prescribed powers necessary for enforcing the act. This is very similar to application of Criminal Procedure Code. Chapter 3 and 4 generally speaks about funds of the authority, which is for the students is not so much relevant, so I have skipped that. If you want, you can just go through. Any doubts you can get clarified from us. Chapter 5 speaks of miscellaneous. 23, section 23 speaks of delegation of powers and duties. So under this sections, section, we have delegated power to district committees. So district committees are formed using this section, protection of action in good faith. So if any government, if the authority, for the sake of protecting the provisions of the act, take any action, the government officer is legally immune to it. So you cannot take any legal action on a government officer who has enacted on behalf of the government, on behalf of the safeguarding the terms and conditions and acts and rules of the said act. So in this way, it is protecting the government official to do his duty boundlessly without any fear. Cognizance and trial of offences. If any person is involved in illegal activity, so offences and penalties are applicable. So our penalty is for few things such as registration of drilling agencies. The penalty is minimum of 5,000 rupees. So and 6 months imprisonment. Other violations of non-agencies, it is 2,000 and 3 months imprisonment. For violations by agencies, it is 10,000 plus 1 year imprisonment, or it can be both also in all the cases. Compounding of finances. If defaulter is repeatedly doing the illegal activity, so he can be penalized twice, that is compounding offense. And offenses by companies. So if any company or an company is not abiding as per the act, so they are also penalized. Powers to make rules. Section 38 speaks of power to make rules. So under this, as per the provisions of this section, Karnataka Groundwater Regulation Act has rules also made. So what does rules have? The state government can make rules to implement the actions. Whatever provisions are there in the act, how it can be done, the procedure can be drawn in the rules part. If the rules are not so descriptive, the under the provisions of the act, the authority can make set of procedures and guidelines also can be framed. So rules may cover various aspects: terms and conditions for non-official members, powers, duties and service conditions, notification, publication, application forms, the application formats. I said new borewell permission, you should take new borewell permission for drilling a new borewell. So what is the format for application? So what is the format for issuing a permission certificate? So those things are described in the rules. So we say that whenever a borewell is drilled, soil specimens should be collected, drilling logs should be collected. So how it should be collected? Those things are briefed in the rules. Who is the appellate authority and any other prescribed things. So all rules must be placed before the state legislature for 30 days for potential modification or annulment without affecting prior actions. So regulations. So who is regulatory authority? So Karnataka Groundwater Authority, section 39 speaks about the regulations part. Karnataka Groundwater Authority is the regulations is the vested authority to make regulations. So consistency and purpose. Regulations must align with the act and rules and aim to fulfill the act's purposes concerning the authority's function. Power to remove difficulties. If we feel that any provisions of the act is difficult, so using this section 40, it can be changed. But these things has to be placed before both the houses of the state legislature. So any modification, any amendment, it should go to the legislatures. Appeals. Whenever I reject an application, so when a rejection is made, so the rejected person should be given an opportunity to go for an appeal. So where he should go for appeal? So he has the right to appeal. What is the procedure? If he appeals late, what is the procedure? Who is the appellate authority? Those things are also briefed in section 41. Next, central Groundwater, there is Central Groundwater Authority also. So Central Groundwater Authority has brought out revised guidelines based on few NGT orders. They have revised their existing guidelines and they have brought out a revised guidelines on 24th September 2020. So what are the salient features of that Central Groundwater Authority guidelines? So the Central Groundwater Authority guidelines is for control and management of extraction of groundwater for commercial purpose in India. So this guidelines is pan-India applicable. The state guidelines which are inconsistent with the CGWA guidelines, the provisions of the CGWA guidelines will prevail. That's what is mentioned in it. At present, NOC for groundwater withdrawal is being issued for industries, infrastructure, mining, entertainment, packaged drinking water units, group housing societies through online web portal as per KGWA guidelines. We have our guidelines, so we are issuing NOC for these sectors of groundwater users, commercial users as per our guidelines. There are some exemption in Central Groundwater Authority guidelines. Few people are exempted from taking no objection certificate for their groundwater withdrawal. Who are all they? Individual domestic consumers in both rural and urban area for drinking and domestic purpose only. And rural drinking water supply schemes, they are exempted. Armed force establishment, central armed police force establishment, they are exempted from taking NOC. Agricultural activities, they are exempted. Micro and small entrepreneurs, MSME, who are drawing less than 10 meter cube per day, they are exempted. And all industries and mining other projects for drinking and only domestic purpose up to 5 KLD, they are exempted. Residential apartments and group housing societies for drinking purpose up to 20 KLD, they are exempted. And even dwelling units for economically weaker section, they are also exempted. So if we have to adopt CGWA guidelines to the state, if it is many of the provisions are against our act or need some modification to our act, so we cannot adapt CGWA guidelines straight away as it is. So it needs some modification to our act and rules. So in CGWA guidelines, charges are levied for groundwater usage. The charges are levied for different category of users and for different category of taluks. I said overexploited taluks, critical taluks and semi-critical safe taluks. So for different category of taluks, the charges are different, and even for different category of users. For industries it is different, for mining it is different, for drinking and domestic purpose it is different. So in overexploited taluks, they call it as restoration charges. Other than overexploited taluks, the charges they collect, they call it as abstraction charges. The NOC validity is also based on taluk category and user category. So regarding adoption of CGWA guidelines to the state, for adopting the CGWA guidelines, as I already said, few amendments to the existing Groundwater Act and rules is required, for which we have given proposal to the government, and the proposal is in the government. However, during our authority meetings, some decisions were taken wherein NOC validity, groundwater monitoring conditions, abstraction and restoration charges are levied to the NOC holders as per CGWA guidelines. Thank you. If any questions?
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Say overall, in a nutshell, it's a very good presentation. As you mentioned, groundwater governance refers to the frameworks, policies, institutions, processes that are used to manage and regulate the use, protection and sustainability of groundwater resources. So in the morning presentation that Central Groundwater Board has done, most of the districts are having fluoride and nitrate. Now what is the government policy on that? This is just a question.
Yes,
don't
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So for fluoride, the only solution is looking for an alternate source. It's a geogenic contamination, and it affects the skeletal system
Fluorosis,
directly. And another solution is using rainwater. Collecting rainwater which falls on the rooftop, and using rainwater is the best solution for fluoride contamination. And government has also installed many RO plants in the rural area to tackle this issue. So that has been addressed, and almost every village has a RO plant for supplying safe drinking water to the public.
No, the government has any framework for this actually?
Yes sir, it is included in the SDG goal number 6.
Are there any defluoridation units existed?
Units also established, sir, but
Established, yeah.
details I don't have, but they have done it. I have attended many SDG meetings wherein this issue has been being addressed very regularly.
And then health monitoring has been done in that area. Do you have that data?
That data we don't have, sir, but
Okay.
it is being done in the state.
Okay. Okay. So audience, any questions?
Only one question, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Only one question means I thought you were going to ask.
Madam, I think so there was a wrong interpretation. Actually, BWSSP is a engineer-in-chief in BBMP area, right?
He is the
If I'm
chairman
not
for
wrong.
the committee.
Okay, what I wanted to tell you is, zone-wise they have a committee. In one ward, they had sanctioned 150 borewells, madam. This is the fact. And it came in the ward committee, and every neighbor started questioning. Sir, 150 borewell ನೀವು ಕಮಿಟಿಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ಐ ಗಾಟ್ ಎಸ್ಟರ್ಡೇ ಲಿಟಲ್ ಬಿಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಅಪ್ ಇನ್ ಫ್ರಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್ ವಾಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಮೇಡಮ್. They reported to the zonal, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದಲ್ಲ, if I'm not wrong.
Sir, we are discussing academics here. Sir.
Yeah, that's what.
So don't go behind that.
Okay, what I wanted to tell you is this industrial is also given by the same committee in the BBMP area, industrial permissions?
For commercial, it is our district office, sir.
No, in the BBMP area also your district office gives, okay. Only for domestic, only this BW committee where they have the zonal committees, they are.
Yes.
So there was some confusion on that. I got it clear, man. Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, thank you Jagdish sir for chairing
thank
this
you.
session.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much madam for your policy and guidelines talk. And I request Ramesh sir to please present a flower pot to Jagdishwari madam as a token of our respect. So immediately we can start the panel discussion. Afterwards we can have valedictory. Then only we can IT. So after the valedictory. Okay. Straight ಮಾಮೂಲಿ
Good evening. We have come to the last part of the conference. We'll be having expert panel discussion, which is chaired by Dr. B. Prakash sir, a renowned expert in drought monitoring and natural disaster management. He was the director of KSNMDC for a very long time. If you go this way, after remote sensing, you can find KSNMDC. That beautiful campus was developed by Dr. Prakash sir during his tenure. And I request Dr. Prakash sir to come over. We have with us panelists Dr. Balkrishna sir, Dr. Jagdish sir, Dr. Hemant sir, Dr. Timmegoda sir. All of you please come to the stage. And Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmat sir, Dr. My friend from Gulbarga, Professor has come. Please come, Dr. Muhammad Aslam sir. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚೇರ್ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ. Let us start. Let me have the privilege of introducing Dr. V.S. Prakash sir to all of you. Sir is currently the member of Karnataka State Tank Conservation Development Authority, is the patron of Climate Resilient Observation Promotion Council, New Delhi, and he is also the honorary advisor of Satyukt Analytics. Formerly served as advisor and registrar of International Institute of Information Technology, IIIT, and also he has worked in 2 capacities, and also in the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Dharwad, from 2014 to 17. Earlier to this, sir was Special Director, Karnataka State Natural Disaster Monitoring Center, an autonomous body affiliated to Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. Now, of course, it is not under Science and Technology Department, it is under Revenue. And sir started his illustrious career as a lecturer in KGF. Then he became geologist in the groundwater cell of Department of Mines and Geology. And later he started his career as scientist in CGWB. Then faculty in Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Groundwater Research and Training, Ministry of Water Resources, Government of India. Then he became the director of Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center also for a brief period. And KSNMDC became a well-known name under his leadership. And sir has also served in many task force and committees, expert committees. And he has been awarded with many awards and recognitions. He is the recipient of national and international awards from Environmental System Research Institute on best practices in application of remote sensing and GIS in disaster management. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Prakash sir to chair and take over. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ramesh. It is a great.
I welcome Prakash sir once again.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. We are in the panel discussion. What exactly is the panel discussion? What is the, why the panel discussion after so much of discussions these last 2 days? Yes, the panel discussion, the main purpose of panel discussion is for the panelists to share their wisdom. So there is, probably over the last 2 days and today, whatever we have discussed has been so many things today. Just before this session, we had all the legal framework, policy plans, groundwater authority, state groundwater authority, central groundwater authority, so many policies, plans, things like that. They all work on information knowledge. But what is required for the information knowledge is data. From the data, the information to knowledge to wisdom. So the panel discussion, main objective is people with wisdom to sit together and say a few things as a takeaway with all the 3-day deliberation. So, we have the panel discussion here. We have got my close associate. So, we'll start from Mr. Sri Hemant Kumar, a good friend of mine for a long time. And let me briefly, sorry? Hemant Kumar is a postgraduate degree in civil engineering, and basically his specialization is science and technology innovation, ecosystem for sustainable livelihood, geospatial technologies, alternate building technologies, monitoring, evaluation, learning, and documentation of watersheds and its management, IPR and innovation, e-governance, and fortified food products. This is in brief. He requested me to be very, very brief, so but I have tried to be brief, and I request Hemant Kumar to say.
I welcome my good friend Hemant Kumar, and now I welcome Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmat sir. I welcome Dr. Balkrishna sir, Dr. I welcome my friend Dr. Jago, Dr. Jagdish Godiyal sir, once again. Another friend, Mr. Dr. Timmegoda sir, welcome to you. Dr. Muhammad Aslam, my good friend for a long time, welcome to you. Now over to Dr. Hemant Kumar.
Yeah, good afternoon. Okay. Usually, sustainable groundwater management is discussed during summers because there we have extreme drought. So people worry, don't know what to do. So when there is a problem in Bangalore, we simply say this year we didn't get rain, so what can we do? So honestly, sometimes there is management, sometimes there's just dependence on rain. So fortunately, KSTA, my good friend Dr. Ramesh has thought it fit to have a groundwater management, which is the need of the hour. Because in other sectors, India has progressed quite a bit. I mean, quite a lot, in fact. But the only thing lack in India, to my perception, is water. Because even though there are a lot of initiatives in water sector, we don't see much in the ground, because every time there is a water shortage for agriculture, industry, or domestic purpose, which I feel it's a lot depends on the groundwater only, and we're not thinking of alternatives at all, because we can't just depend on the groundwater. Whatever we do, it will have a certain level of usage, but beyond that, we also need to think beyond it also. Because as the India has nearly 18% world population, this is the statistics, you don't have to worry about this. Very small geographical area and consumes about 4% of water. Before getting into the water management, I just would like to say what is that we have achieved in India in the power sector. Because as you understand, even in the state of Karnataka, we have little power units, just hydropower, and started with coal and all that. And now you look at it, we have coal-based, natural gas, oil, hydro, nuclear power, wind, solar, even agriculture and domestic waste. In the 80s and 90s, if you look at it, there is always a power shortage. Even if you go to Malaysia or any place, we always have generators, diesel generators, running all the time, 48 hours. But look at it now. We have excess power in every state. This is possible because we made a structural changes. The structural changes are quite visible. Even in 90s, in my council, I belong to the Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology. I was there for 38 years. We started a small unit, that is solar water heater systems, 100 liters. We used to give subsidy for that, 3,000. And we used to map the entire state wind monitoring stations. It was fun for us. We never thought it goes so big. But look at that, now there is no subsidy, nothing. Solar came in a big way. In a decade or so, the power consumption dynamics have changed so much, it's unbelievable. Today, nearly 40% comes from just hydro and solar. This is unbelievable because we never thought it in the 90s. But in 2014, we produced 63 gigawatts from solar, 42 from wind, and 4.92 from small hydropower. Hydropower is not that big, but still good enough. But lot can be expected from biomass. Waste to energy is just started up, just a 0.52 gigawatt. And hydropower is 46.85. These are all the contribution from MNRE in 90s, and now it's come in a big way. And this is the role model for us. I think the same model, this is possible because we restructured the whole thing. The regulations have been changed. Important thing, the private sector participation. Now you look at the power sector, we have 50 odd companies. 10 plus odd companies are promoted by Government of India, like NTPC and all that. But the big players are, you have the JSW, Adani, Reliance and all that. And each of these companies, the market cap sometimes is close to Karnataka state budget. We have the budget of 3.75 lakh crores. And these top 10 companies, roughly about 3.5 lakh crores market cap. Maybe you can say about 1 lakh book value. That means to say that there is a lot of investment in power that is brought to us in this stage. Now coming back to the water, I think I'll just mention the few points and I'll give my own understanding and analysis. Routinely we do the following: reduce groundwater draft. That's we have many guidelines, both from the central and state government department. We have a well-managed monitoring and managing groundwater. We also manage ecosystems. We also have a lot of guidelines in terms of groundwater. And also we have a guidelines for aquifer recharge. But what is bothering now is in any developed countries, they just not depend on the local catchment. They depend on the imported water. That is, for example, in Singapore, in 70s, they import water to the extent of 90% from Malaysia. Now the dependency is reduced. They import only 10% from Malaysia. The rest of it is, they call it as manufactured water or else reclaimed water. They call it as high-grade reclaimed water and desalinated water. This way, they don't have any shortage in the water. And if you look at some of the European countries, I'll just take Spain for example. You won't even believe that 22% of the water used for agriculture comes from the desalination. That means if there is a problem, they try to work on certain areas. If that's not enough, they move over beyond it. And out of the 195 countries that we have, nearly 177 countries produce 95 million cubic meters of fresh water per day. And most of the Middle East, Africa, and including Australia, they use reclaimed water or recycled water for drinking. And I'm not sure exactly what is the problem for us to implement some of the best practices that we have. But coming back to the Jal Shakti ministry, we have a lot of initiatives. I think most of you may be knowing about this. These are all mostly providing technical and financial support. As you know that water is the state subject. State has the powers to decide about its water, especially groundwater. We have the National Aquifer Management system, Central Groundwater Board, Jal Jeevan Mission, Har Khet Ko Pani, regulation for sustainable thing. And Jal Shakti also, which uses, first time I think in my council also we did a lot of work on mapping all the water resources. And Har Ghar Jal is one of the new things which has come up. And we use using technologies like, geospatial technologies, and ISRO is doing quite a bit in this. And both CASRAC and KSST is doing remarkably well. And just would like to conclude, I think just like revolution, we call it as green revolution for agriculture. Then you say white revolution for milk. And I think this decade we should go for a water revolution wherein we become water sufficient, not water deficient. I think Government of India is doing remarkably well in some of the new initiatives. Basically structural reforms through policy initiatives. This can come only to two things. One is incentives. You got to give incentive to the farmers when you have to change the agriculture pattern itself and the capital investment. And normally it's not possible for the government alone to invest. It's a huge money investment, especially for recycled water. And even though BWSSB and many other municipalities around India have done this, it's not enough. We are only in the beginning. And we also have the many desalinated plants in India. For example, in Chennai we have the 2 MLD plant, and we have the Maharashtra, we have one, but still there is some problem going on. But in Gujarat we have 4 MLD plant. I think a day will come, maybe in a decade or so, we will be using at least 30-40% of the water, both for agriculture and drinking. It only comes from desalination and reclaimed water. And the only, I don't think there should be any negative, there's any problem for this, except the same reform that we saw in power sector, that's the public sector, private-public participation, will hold good for this sector also. And I hope that just like the power sector in maybe in 2035, when the summer comes, we don't worry that this year we didn't have rain, so that's why you try to use water less. That problem should never come, because that's not a scientific answer for me at all. Because we know that the rain is not going to come anyway in every year the same way. Unless we are well prepared for it, unless we have the enough water for 2-3 years, just like in any developed countries, the water is maintained for at least 2 years, not for the single year. Here, whatever the water that gets stored is for the same year. That means if the water doesn't come, rain doesn't come by the end of May or June, again we have a big problem. So I think this planning has to improve, and I believe that the new reforms will definitely change that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hemant Kumar. Thank you very much for suggesting the need for new approaches. Need for new approach and emphasizing reuse, recycle, reduce, and the need for PPP. Thank you very much. These are the takeaway from you. It's very much needed, very important, very strategic points. Now, I request, also you kept it to 10 minutes. I should congratulate you, compliment you also. So, next is Professor Balkrishna. Professor Balkrishna is currently serving Bangalore Institute of Technology, BIT Bangalore, as a professor of civil engineering. He worked in the field of photogrammetry, remote sensing, GIS, and obtained his PhD. He has over 32 years of teaching experience. He is also on the board of ACHMM India chapter. Mr. Professor Balkrishna, please.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful introduction. Dignitaries on the dais, Sri Ramesh, CEO of KSTA, and my dear friends present here. I could see Madam, who is very well experienced. She is also a member of Indian Waterworks Association. So usually she used to raise questions. So I hope I may not receive questions from her. Thank you. So water is such an essential commodity. Without water and air we cannot live. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ವಿಷಯ. ದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನೀರಿಲ್ದಲೇ ಬದುಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದರೂ ಅನೇಕ ತಪ್ಪುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ನೀರನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಕಾಪಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. BWSSB ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, KSPCB ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, 1 ಬಕೆಟ್ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾವು ಶವರ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಲ್ಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬರಲ್ಲ. ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿತೀವಿ, ಕಾಲು ಲೋಟ ನೀರು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಧ ಲೋಟ ನೀರು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಆಗೋದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ. I took the research question as the watershed management in Arkavati River watershed. Nandi Hills is the place where Arkavati River originates. You all know that the catchment area up to Tipgonalli is 1,484 square kilometers. The total watershed or catchment was divided into 8, and then we did the studies, and I got the PhD in 2008. Government of Karnataka would like to revive Arkavati River, so I was part of it for few meetings. The drainage system is totally affected because of the encroaches for urban usage. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ನಂಗೊಂದು ಜಾಗ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ಸಾಕು ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಯಾರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಲೇಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ರೆವಿನ್ಯೂ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಾದಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ರಿಸರ್ವ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಡ್ರೈನೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಸೊ there are many confusions in front of us. Who has to help? So for everything we have an app. So if I would like to build a house, I should have an app. Very much similar to that. If I have to save water, the researchers present here, the practitioners present here should think and give inputs to develop apps where all we can save water. So it is only through such actions we can fight against it. Otherwise water scarcity is a big issue for all of us. So we learnt Herdas Imagine software, ArcGIS software, MapInfo software, digitize the whole drainage system, digitize whole lake system. We did the analysis, runoff, soil loss estimation. Then land use cover map will help us to calculate what is the soil loss and how the rainfall is received and led off by the drainage system. Then land capability classification. When I took that as a study, there were many methods to assess. Okay, so I used a hierarchical approach, analytical hierarchical approach, understood the farming system, and then how government is helping farmers to grow the proper crops. So when I did that, I met Professor Krishnagowda and many people in GKVK. They trained me how to understand soil and what type of crops can be grown. But the farmers were not practicing that. The soil is fit to grow some other crop, but we are growing something else. So it is yield is less, effective crop cannot be grown, and we are wasting water. So when we speak of water crisis, it will go days together. You are all experts. Okay, in one or the other area, we have to think how it can be solved. Madam was telling about bore wells. Even if I construct a house in Bangalore today, first point I do is whether water is available in my site or not, whether it is 30-40 or 40-60 or 50-80 or 60-90, whatever it is. What is the spacing between bore well? Can we share the water with the neighbor's bore well? Policy is not there. I cannot speak to a neighbor. They shout at me. Okay, so the good research has been done. Israel, I found they are the best people in water usage. They use till the last drop of water, so the researchers can go and see the articles on that. I have visited Japan, US, then many other countries, participated in the conferences. Wherever you go, the only word which stand in front of us is what is the next research question and how can I pursue my PhD and get it. Okay, we are very much focused on that. But when the solution is listed out, then we will get a proper system for water management. Okay, so with this I would like to conclude my words. I am Dr. H.B. Balakrishna, Board of Studies Chairman in Civil Engineering, Academic Senate Member VTU. So you will have my contact address, it's already available. balubit@gmail.com is my email ID. If you have any research questions, you can send a mail. I'll try to answer if I know that properly. Okay. So with this, I thank the organizers for providing an opportunity and share few things with you. There are many things, but I don't want to waste your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Balakrishna. He has highlighted about the need for self-awareness, then followed by community awareness, self-awareness, community awareness, and reduce wastage. He was emphasizing on reduce wastage. It's a very, very important point to be kept in mind. And he was also mentioning about the change in land use and land capacity, land use pattern, and its impact on the hydrological cycle, which is to a large extent confusing, and we need to really apply our mind much more in a spatial and temporal way, in much more detailed studies to alleviate the confusion and arrive at some, and the land capability is another very important issue when we talk about water, water resources, water assessment, management, and things like that. And again, he says sharing. Always society says sharing and caring is very much required. But water sharing, yes, how best I can share. Some science is required. He was emphasizing that. Very good point. Thank you, Professor Balakrishna. Thank you very much. Now, next speaker, I have the privilege of now inviting Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmat, and formerly Executive Director of Kstacademy Gold Mines Limited, a vast experience, 35 experience identifying viable gold and base metal mineral properties for exploration, mining, processing, planning, execution, documentation, feasibility, and related R&D activities. And he is a recipient of National Geoscience Award from Government of India, as well as membership and fellowship of important professional academic bodies, and is a council member of Geological Society of India. So currently he is in the Board of Directors at Gold Mines Company Limited, Bangalore, adjunct faculty, NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies, member of the Council of the Society of India, which I already mentioned, and he is an assessor for the accreditation scheme for Prospecting Exploration Agency, Mining Plan Preparation, and Quality Council of India. He is a member School of Mining Karnataka and PhD guide at IIT Mumbai, member New Mineral Policy Committee, Chairman Mining Committee of Trillion Budget of Government of Karnataka. Much more important, please all of you listen. And Dr. Sangurmat is eminent technocrat. He has arranged financial support from the mining companies for this program. Please.
Honorable Chairman, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my dear young friends. It's really a great pleasure and great evening for me. When Dr. Ramesh sir and his team has invited me, I felt so much happy, because KSTA is a holy place of the scientists. I felt water. You know, for 35 years I struggled hard for the gold. Underground completely. No surface I have seen. And equally we have fighted with the water. My fighting was only with the water, explosives, cyanide. All the three dangerous things. You might have seen the film Rani Ganj Mission. Same way next future film is also coming up again, the water. So equally, because now I want to address one of the new thrust area for you people for the research and activities. The name the mineral, it is available in Karnataka, except coal and lignite. For this thing, wonderful exploration and mining activities are going on in Karnataka as well as in India. Now coming to Karnataka, mainly we have got about nearly 400 old workings for the copper and gold. Almost every district of the Karnataka is having these old workings, right from north to the south. So we can consider these old workings as a well. One example I'll give you, Kolar gold mine has gone about a 3.5 kilometer depth, and it is having about a 40 cubic million water. And some of the mines, we could not cope up the water, we have suspended the activities. That is in the Mangalore gold mine in the Yadgiri districts. Like this precious water is available in the underground. No doubt 100% it is polluted because of its interactions with the rocks, minerals, sulfides like pyrite, chalcopyrite, arsenopyrite and all. All these things we have faced enough, EIA, EMP and all those things. For that thing statutory departments are there, like Director General Mine Safety, Department of Mines and Geology, Groundwater Directorate, Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board and health departments. All this water details are available in the government, in the various statutory departments. Each district, wherever they are there, this is one of the source. In many of the areas, our agriculture people are illegally dewatering this mine from the mines, and they are using it for the agriculture. This should be scientifically examined, and the water estimation has to be done, and this water has to be treated. Without treatment it should not be used. And how this is main source, so this will solve so many problems, and this is one of the excellent problem for the officers of the various department as well as for the researchers. Because recently I was in USA for 4-5 months. I have visited Africa, Australia, many Israel countries and all. I tell you very, very preciously the other countries are utilizing the water, whereas we are not utilizing this underground mine water. I will tell you, today I made the Hatti gold mines very profitable because of the two factors. One, utilizing the solar water, solar energy. Second, underground water. We are not at all leaving a single piece of the water. We are reusing it, recycling it. Like that in every district, water is available. That has to be estimated, and that has to be treated, and it should be utilized scientifically after taking the very, very statutory clearances and all. So this is one of the thrust area. One has to be a utilization, research. This lot of research has to be carried out on this area. No doubt there is one very good joke is there. ಒಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರಂತೆ, ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಂತೆ ಊರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ. ಕುಂತ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹುಡುಗರು, ಯುವಕರು, ಯುವತಿಯರು ಹೋದ್ರಂತೆ. ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಅಂದ್ರಂತೆ, ಏಕಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರಿಗೆ ಅಂತ. ಇಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರನ್ನು ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ. ಅಜ್ಜಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತ, ಅಜ್ಜಿಗೇನೋ ತಿಳಿಯಲ್ಲ, ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಡಿಜಿಟೈಸ್ಡ್ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಮಂದಿಗೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ, ನೀನೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ನೀನು ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ದನಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಟ್ಯಾಬ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದು, ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನನ್ನ GPS ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ, ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ವಾಟರ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ. ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಹೇಳಿದಂತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಜ್ಜಿ, ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ? ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಯಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ನೀರು ಅಂದರೆ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮೂರು ವಾಟರ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ, ವಾಟರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಸಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಫ್ಲೋರೈಡು, ಅರ್ಸಿನಿಕಲ್, ಇದು ಐ ಫೇಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಒಂದು ಸಲ ದೊಡ್ಡ TV ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತು. ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದರು, ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲು ಅರ್ಸಿನಿಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಫ್ಲೋರೈಡ್ ಇದೆ, TVನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದುಬಿಡ್ತು. ಹಟ್ಟಿಯಿಂದಾಗಿ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು, ಮೈನು. ನನಗೆ TVನವರೇ ಕರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ. ನಾನು ಬಂದೆ, ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದಾವೆ. ಅವರ್ ಏಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್. ಈ ಕಡೆ ಚಿನ್ನ ಬೇಕು, ಕಾಪರ್ ಬೇಕು, ಈ ಕಡೆ ನೀವು ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಮಾನಿಟರಿಂಗ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ. ಅವರ್ ಏಮ್ ಈಸ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಎ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್. EIMP ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಥ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಒನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್. ದರ್ ಇಸ್ 400 old workings are available in Karnataka. All this, if utilizes to some extent, water problem will be solved. Already ರೈತರೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿವಾಟರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಥ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಇಟ್. And it's no doubt water is very precious. We all have got a role to play in that one. ನಾವು ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಸಲ ರಮೇಶ್ ಜಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಟೀಮ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಫುಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಮಿ ದಿಸ್ ಅಪಾರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ there is a beautiful book brought out from KSTA only. This exploration and mineral processing and mining in Karnataka promotion from KSTA only. I was the chairman of this committee. Certain these things have been addressed in this one. Kindly examine it. This is from KSTA only. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakar Sangurmat. Thank you. So brief, but to the point. You have highlighted the need for looking into this 400 old workings for copper and gold existing in Karnataka, and need for it. It can, you said KGF, for example, 40 million cubic meter, huge. So the need for harnessing water in the old workings of mines in Karnataka, R&D efforts are needed, very much needed. I agree with you. You all agree with you. Very good. It's a very good point. And he has highlighted development without destruction. A slogan. Development without destruction. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So we have with us Professor M.A. Mohammad Aslam, Professor and Head Department of Geology, and is the Dean School of Earth Sciences, Central University, Kalburgi, and Professor Mohammad Aslam is exposure to the national international level. Core competence include academic governance, policy, planning, student interaction management is very, very crucial now. Because what we expect, a new learning, new change, is from the next generation. You have got a big responsibility on your shoulder. And legal framework, proposal preparation, experience, university statutory matters and administration. I request Professor M.A. Mohammad Aslam to please.
Esteemed Chairman Dr. Prakash sir, and the stalwarts who are in the dais and of the dais. And I thank KSTA for giving this opportunity to share my few thoughts in this platform. And as the chairman rightly said in the beginning, there must be some solid takeaway from this 3 days deliberations. And to the point, I have 2 points which may be marked. One is we can have kind of working groups, because 2 days we had going by the topics which has been addressed, and we have covered all the topics which has been focusedly addressing the topic of groundwater scenario, groundwater system of the state of Karnataka, Karnataka state, and we can identify the people and we can make working groups, and that will give some kind of responsibility in sharing the knowledge what you have gained here to the society and all the stakeholders. And to the second point, which we can think of, we can make or we can evolve a kind of document, and if possible, it can be a policy document, because the one document which has been right now our Prabhakar sir has shown, I think that is a document that made a way for a policy document. So that way we can identify the topics with these sitting of working groups, and we can come with some kind of document that will be a kind of, not a Bible, at least some kind of reference for the state of Karnataka. So that will bring good output from this 3-day deliberation, because we all have lot of responsibility. Normally when we conduct a seminar or conference, and most of the times people come for either certificate or improving their academic performance indicators, but this is of different kind. I was quite surprised 3 days, and today also the entire hall is full since from the morning till evening. So that itself marks the kind of interest and our own responsibility what we have for this conference and this workshop and this seminar. And we can identify the emerging topics like even IoT, some of them as discussed, and the last topic was about the legislation and the rules and regulation which has been framed by the government. So we can sit together, at least we can virtually we can interact. No need to come to the this place. We can virtually we can interact, and we can identify the topics, whom can take responsibility, they can take the lead. And already NGR, they are doing this kind of work, and wherein we have Indo-French group. So we used to discuss about the core issues in the field of groundwater recharge, what is happening at national international level. So that kind of practice we can start, because many of the participants who are sitting in front of us, they are having the rich experience, field experience. So what we teach in the classroom is, that is like a modified version, or we can say refined version, but the actual reality that is happening, many of you are experiencing. And even I had a discussion with Vittala. So like many cases, normally what we see in the textbook, when you go to the field, it has got a lot of different meaning. So such kind of things can be addressed. When we sit together, we can make small groups, and even I also can contribute. And there are many young scientists over here, because normally the richness of such people are, they are having, their mind is not fully rigid, so they can explore into different emerging areas, whereas in our case we are specialized and our topic is mostly confining to only certain segments of the subject. So we can identify such topics and we can do a lot, and this is my small contribution. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor M.M. Mohammed Aslam. Very, very important point which you take away. You have mentioned is, we have discussed quite an important issues over the last 3 days, and taking it forward is the most important thing to be thought about. And he says make working groups, identify topics. The topic could be a knowledge gap or a new learning, whichever is required to address the challenges which we have discussed over the last 3 days, and a policy documentation. Whatever issues which were discussed here, policy documentation, and very important thing which you mentioned about a learning to address new challenges in the academic world. Probably that is very, very, very interesting. Thank you for mentioning it. So this is a very important takeaway by Professor M.M. Mohammed Aslam. Thank you, Professor. Now I have the great privilege of inviting Professor M.N. Thimmegowda. He is a professor at University of Agriculture Science, GKVK. He is a very well-known personality. I don't want to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Our friendship goes more than nearly 2 or 3 decades. And whenever I meet him, I fondly remember the days we had together in interstate water dispute, Kaveri. We worked together. I don't want to say much more details about it, but really it was a very, very, very unforgettable association. Professor Thimmegowda, please.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure for me also, sir, to be with you. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Respected chair, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Okay, probably we are discussing since last 2 days about the groundwater from bottom to the top, from top to the bottom. Totally, we have discussed all the things actually. And as an panelist, to my this one, here water is being consumed for the 3 sectors which all we know. One is the agriculture sector, industrial sector, and also the domestic sectors. As an expert from the agriculture side, I can talk on the 2 sectors where how the water was exploited and what is the probable strategies, and I would like to take more questions than presenting the things in fact. As a domestic sector, as a general public, my concern is, how I can save the water. The water conservation or groundwater augmentation should start from this stage. Many people, we may think that who has to conserve the water? That question first of all we have in our mind. Whether the government should this one, or the general public should do that, or the entrepreneur should conserve the water, or the nature itself should take the measures to conserve the water. There are many things in fact. Okay, we need to start our conservation starting from our things actually. So if you take the domestic consumption, maybe okay, our civilization, okay, where it is, in which side is moving, that we need to think a lot, right? Okay, if you take the civilization, okay, you compare the water consumption during our childhood days to the child of our next generation, our child's this generation. Maybe you take the example of 1980s and this one. You take if you consider my own experience, I was taking bath one day in a week actually. My mother used to boil the water for this art. She was preparing the hot water only on Sundays actually. Today the thing is, okay, I'm taking all the days. Okay, if I'm not taking the bath all the days, what happens? Right? Nobody will sit in besides us. Okay, that is the water consumption has raised from 1 unit to the 7 units by taking all the this one. And you see how I was taking my bath. Okay, if you take, okay, I can tell in Kannada very clearly because few words of these are my experience. Okay, ನಾನು ಸ್ನಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ she used to caution me. Okay, ಸ್ನಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಕೆ ಮೊದಲೇ ನೀರು ಪೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ, ಮನೆಗೆ ದರಿದ್ರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. That was the words he was using actually. Okay, that is the words he was using. What is there in this generation? ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಹೆಂಗಸರುಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ ತಂಗಿ ಇದ್ರು, will they tell the same word? Okay, they will never tell. Okay, so ಅವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬರೋಣ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ಲೇಟರ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಟೇಕ್ ಅ ಬಾತ್, ಓಕೆ, ನಾನು ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು ನೀರು ಅವತ್ತು ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ ಅವತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಇತ್ತು, ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ ನಮ್ದು ಯಾವ ಥರ ಇದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಅವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಮರಳು ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಮರಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಚಪ್ಪಡಿ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಚಪ್ಪಡಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 4 ಚಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಉಯ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಈವನ್ ಇಫ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಒಂದು ಮಗ್ಗು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಉಯ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಅಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಕ್ಸಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಪಾಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಡ್ರೈನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ದ ಕಿಚನ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಒಂದು ಬಾಳೆ ಗಿಡ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಒಂದು ನುಗ್ಗೆ ಗಿಡ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಓಕೆ, ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರೀಯೂಸಿಂಗ್. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ನೌ? Okay, we say, okay, Swachh Bharat. Okay, Swachh Bharat is definitely required, no doubt. Okay, what we are doing is we have modernized. Okay, our bathrooms are being changed totally, and we are making it totally polluted and pumping it to the ocean. Okay, minimizing the fresh water availability, and then we are beating the nature is not giving the water. Okay, so the water conservation should start from myself. Okay, from today. Okay, maybe we can take a vote, I think. Okay, so it should start from day 1, and then agriculture sector. Okay, agriculture sector, as you know, okay, water, okay, it is consuming almost 82% of the water of the country, we know. Okay, and if you take even the groundwater, whatever the groundwater which we are extracting, okay, almost 90% of the groundwater is being utilized for agriculture out of the total quantum of water extracted. Okay, so in the agriculture sector, we have both the possibility of conserving the water and also recharging the water. Okay, because we have a very good ample of land for, okay, farmers are cultivating 143 million hectares area in the country. Okay, 143 million hectare may be a sink for the making the rainwater to conserve. Okay, so there are many practices. Even Dr. Rajendra Professor in his talk, he has posed many practices to conserve the water as well as to make the water to recharge, okay, infiltrate and percolate into the groundwater. Okay, so many practices we can do in fact. Okay, so for conservation there are many technologies. Okay, one simple technology we say, okay, make the flowing water, running water to walk, walking water to crawl, crawling water to this one, see, infiltrate water to reach the groundwater. Okay, so that is the proverb which we use. Okay, for that, okay, so groundwater depletion from the agriculture sector was started mainly with the 4 major mismanagement practices, I can say. The major mismanagement practices is, one is we have not applied sufficient organic matter to the soil. Okay, if you have put sufficient organic matter into the soil would have been porous. The porous water will, when the soil is in porous condition, it make the rainwater to infiltrate in larger proportion, and that will keep the soil smoother. That's one thing. Second thing, our cultivation practices. Okay, we were doing with the bullock pairs. Okay, we are transformed from bullock pairs to the tractors. When you are passing heavy machineries on the soil, the subsurface soil will become automatically clogged. Okay, it will become harder surfaces. Okay, so what is happening today? The rain is happening. Okay, it is infiltrating, and this one is it is storing in the soil profile into a depth of 3 or 4 feet. And tomorrow, if there is a bright sunshine, that is easily escapes into the atmosphere through the process of evaporation. Okay, otherwise it should have been this one. And the third practices which we need to impose is, we have reduced our vegetation, forest. Okay, we have minimized the forest for agriculture purpose also. Okay, even in the agriculture land, Okay, from the time immemorial, we were practicing agroforestry as a component under Indian agriculture system. Okay, what is happening to the agroforestry system? Okay, even if I tell my experience, during my childhood days, during the summer days, if I take the bullock, the buffaloes or the cows or other things to graze, actually, we used to have one tree on the bunds. Okay, the bund size will be very big, almost 5 to 6 meter bund will be there actually. And even if you tie, there will be some trees on the bunds. Even if you tie that buffalo into this one, it never used to catch our crop actually. Means ಅದು ಸುತ್ತ ಒಡ್ಡಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಬಂಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಯ್ಕಂತಿರ್ತಿದೆ ಹೊರತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೊಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಯಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. Okay, that was the thing which we had. So tree coverage, okay, was minimized even in the agriculture sector, that we need to revamp back to bring out the glory to the groundwater scenario actually. Okay, and the fourth one is the mining, sand mining especially. Sand mining is another thing. Okay, from the soil, okay, from the this one riverines and other things. Okay, whatever the sands which we are removing, okay, that was the source which is making the groundwater to recharge very quickly. Okay, so that also we have removed actually. Even from our soil, sand proportion is declining considerably. That's another thing which is affecting that is the causal factor for declining the groundwater. Okay, that's one thing. Second thing, we have over exploited. Even the exploited water, what we are doing, okay, we are making surface irrigation even under borewell irrigated situation also. When we are extracting the water from the ground at a depth of 500 or 600 feet or 1000 feet, or even if you go Kolar, they have reached even up to 2000 feet. Okay, so under that circumstances, if you are going and pumping the water from the deeper layer and making the water to flood or pond, then what happens? Okay, so instead we can apply the technologies, a simple technology of drip irrigation, sensor based irrigations. Okay, like that there are so many technologies, automations. Okay, satellite based technologies are also precision agriculture technologies which we can incorporate, so that, okay, one is conserve the rainwater in the in situ, and also efficient utilization of groundwater for agriculture definitely will help to cope the groundwater augmentation in fact. And one thing which I can say is, okay, ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ನಾವು ತಾಯಿ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಸಿಯಾಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಲೈಫ್. ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಜೀವಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನನ್ನ ದೇಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಮೀ? ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಟು ದ ಅರ್ತ್, ಮದರ್ ಅರ್ತ್. ಓಕೆ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಸಫಿಷಿಯೆಂಟ್ಲಿ, ಮೇ ಬಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಕೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಇಟ್, ಫಾರ್ ಅವರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್, ನಾವು ನೋ ಬಡಿ ಎಲ್ಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Thank you, Professor Timmegodre. The takeaway points, we need to have a clarity on conservation. The questions who, where, what, when, why to be addressed. Conservation, who will do it? When it will be done? Why it is to be done? Who will do it? Where it is to be done? Very important, very nicely said. So then ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸ್ಲೋಗನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ನುಡಿ ಮುತ್ತುಗಳಾಗಲಿ, ಆದರೆ ಇದೊಂದು ನೀರು ಪೋಲು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ದರಿದ್ರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಕ್ಯಾಚಿ, ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ, ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ತಟ್ಟಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಾಲಿದು. ನೀರು ಪೋಲು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ದರಿದ್ರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಅವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಸೆಕ್ಟೋರಿಯಲ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ, ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಯೂಸ್, ವಾಟರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ ವೈಸ್, which we look at it, agriculture, though it uses about 90%, certainly there is a sectoral conflict, the domestic agriculture industry, things like that. How really we can, very intelligent way, using the science and technology tools, using the data analytics, how we can address this important issue of addressing the sectorial requirement. If I need to create jobs, I need industries to grow. If the industry need to grow, I need to allocate water for the industry sector. How I can allocate water for industry sector? He very clearly said it is possible. It is possible. We can do that. How? He says there are many ways it can be done, and there is a 143 million hectare is the agricultural area under agriculture, cultivated area, and well, there is quite a bit of it, surface water irrigation, groundwater irrigation. Even if we are able to save 5 to 10% of water, it means a lot. Very strong statement. probably that can take care of the intersectoral, the needs, which is very, very, and he was and which what I could able to, the agroforestry, sand mining, these are all another very important related issues. And ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ತಾಯಿ ಭೂತಾಯಿ ಅದರ ರಕ್ತದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಕ್ತ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಭಾಳ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಅನಿಮಲ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಂಕ್ಟು. ನಾವು ಹುಡುಗರಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದು ಬದುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಮೀತಿತ್ತು, ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಾಯಿ ಆಗ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಥಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ, ಅಂದರೆ ಅದು ಎಥಿಕ್ಸು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸಮ್ವೇರ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಕೀಪ್ ದ ethical issues also in mind. Thank you, Professor Timmegoda. Thank you very much. Now, I have got the great privilege and honor of requesting Dr. Jagdish H. Godiyal sir to kindly.
Chairman sir and dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, my young friends. First of all, we have, first is the stakeholders. Who is using the water? Stakeholder. That means how we are allocating the water. Many speakers have told about that. They have discussed about that. It is nothing but allocation of water or distribution of water. Okay. Then the third one is sustainability practices. Okay. Then lastly, governance. These are the four very important things in the water security. But now we talk about the stakeholders. What stakeholders need to be done in this? Attitudinal change. Are you going to bring attitudinal change in the stakeholder? See, last 20 years I used to carry my own water bottle. I never drink in a plastic bottle. Okay, that is what is the attitudinal change. What you preach, you try to practice that. Okay, then you go to conferences, you take the water bottle, drink half the bottle, leave that only. You are creating a garbage, you are wasting the water that is treated. That is resource waste. If you go to Germany, if you leave something, you will be fined. Even though you say, it is my money, no, it is national resources. That is first thing is national resource. Water is a national resource, first thing. Now, stakeholders, attitudinal change. What programs we have to bring in that? How we can bring in the attitudinal change in the stakeholders? Okay. Then regarding the allocation and distribution of water, from that perspective, technology, rightly pointed out. Technology, enabling the technology. Now the technology can do miracles, can do wonders, and we have the skill for that, skill set. India is very well known in ITs. Okay, use the technology, enable the technology for water distribution and water allocation. It is the best thing. Then third is sustainability practices. Adopt sustainability practices everywhere. Okay. Then fourth one is governance. Governance means not what is the existing governance. I'm talking about governance 4.0. We talk about industry 4.0, like I talk about governance 4.0. Governance 4.0 is nothing but it is no human intervention at any level. So for example, I'll give you, now tomorrow BMC is going to supply water to you. There are 4 people in your house. As per the standards, 135 liters per capita per day. That is a standard set. Okay. Now, using the technology, really what we talk about smart cities, using the technology, I am only supplying you 135 into 4. That much of water to you. Okay. And automatically the valve is going to cut off. It is very difficult to do, but the days will come, it is going to come. Because nature says that control yourself, otherwise I will control. Nature is going to control in one other day. So that is what, if any guests are going to come to you, use the technology, send an SMS, 135 liters are required because one more guest is coming. Automatically technology will take care of that. So that is how we can use that way. Okay, that's how we can talk about. Now we should not talk about, we have to have, this is called as a paradigm shift. We have to move towards paradigm shift. Okay. We talk about what? We talk about generally, one second. We talk about always water efficiency. We should talk about demand reduction without compromising the productivity.
where technology comes into picture, where skilled manpower comes into picture. Always talk about demand reduction. Don't talk about efficiency. I'll give a simple example. Now, previously when I was a child, it is a tungsten bulb. 60% of electricity is consumed to heating that bulb. Now we come to LED. Now LED now almost 1/10 or 1/100th of electricity is consumed. That is what is called as a reduction. Okay, like that, water reduction. We talk about whether any sector, agricultural sector, domestic sector, industrial sector, without compromising the productivity, let us use the technology, optimally utilize the water resources. That is how we can do. Always that we have to shift. Paradigm shift is talking about water efficiency. Don't talk about water efficiency. Go for water demand reduction. How we can reduce the demand. Then also we always talk about upfront cost. We should not talk about upfront cost. We should talk about life cycle carbon footprint. That is also there because see, climate change is also involved here. We try to reduce the climate change. Climate change is one of the factor why this water efficiency is coming down everywhere. So that means now we should not talk about upfront cost. We should talk about life cycle carbon footprint. Then we should not talk about waste treatment. We should talk about waste reduction. Okay. Now you see 20 years back, very hardly few houses in the Bengaluru or anywhere in the big cities having these aqua guards or whatever is there, water purifiers were there 20 years back. Okay. Now you see any small hut is having the aqua guards because our water has polluted to such a level. It has gone. Okay. So now we talk about that sewage water is there. We talk about sewage. Every house is generating that sewage. Sewage is nothing but it's the waste water from the sinks of the kitchen, washroom, bathrooms, and then wash basin. That water is very less contaminated. We can have like AquaGuard or AquaGuard, we can have a compact unit. Okay, every house should have that. Days will come, 100% this is going to come in next 15 years. Like we have water purifier like that, your sewage purifier will be there in your house. Okay, because fresh water cost you cannot bear from that angle. This is what we should talk about, that is waste treatment. Instead of that, waste reduction. And then, yes, consumption, we should not talk. We should talk conservation. Okay. So lastly, everybody should talk about circular economy, not linear economy. So if these things are really practiced, that is why attitudinal change, how to bring in attitudinal change, we should talk on that, we should practice that. Second one is everywhere technology. Let us enable the technology for every action. Then third one is sustainable practices. Why you want these plastic bottles everywhere? You carry your own bottle. Can't you carry that? When you are carrying your 2 kg mobile phone with you, can't you carry a 100-gram bottle with you with your own water? That's safety, your health safety, your wellness, well-being. What is the guarantee that whatever water you are drinking now is pure or impure? Then you will go and you will have a stomach upset. Then your productivity will be lost next for 2 days. So that is what is the attitudinal change. You change. Change yourself. If you want to expect something to happen, change yourself. Are you ready to change? Sir, this is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for providing opportunity, sir. Ramesh, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish Godiyar. Takeaway points, well said, sir. Is a stakeholders attitudinal change, is a allocation, sustainability, governance of the issues. A paradigm shift is required. This paradigm shift is possible, is needed through data analytics and automation, which is inevitable in the days to come. Whether you want it or not, data analytics and automation will come. As Professor rightly pointed out, per capita 135 liters, you are 135 into 4, water stopped. So whether you like it or not, it is needed. Data analytics and automation. Again, the importance of data, which is highlighted. Data. Then only everything builds up on the data. So, and all the previous last 2 days, even today also, all the key speakers in a very in a very, some people in a very subtle way, but anyway, very in the clear way, they also mentioned that we need to really think about the present data set we have and what more needs to be done to build up the data for the new challenges, for the new dimension which we are thinking about. So, and again, the water efficiency, reduce demand without compromising. Very good message. Yes, productivity, compromising the productivity. So how to reduce the demand? He says, yes, again, technology. There are technologies, yes. For example, as Professor Thimegood rightly said, 90% is used for agriculture, water, groundwater, whatever it is. Probably here, the remote sensing data products can give me soil moisture for every 10 meter by 10 meter resolution. So where need-based irrigation, you do it. In my opinion, in my knowledge, you can save 40% water. Problem solved. Whatever presentation which were beautiful presentation, Madam Jagdishwari was the critical, semi-critical, and overexploited blocks. No semi-critical, all are safe. All taluks will become safe in Karnataka. So probably that's a very important message. And water efficiency, and also very important is circular economy. Think about circular economy, not the linear one. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Probably with this, probably we have all the issues, takeaway issues have been given by all the panelists, and thank you so many. Thank you so many thanks to all of you. And again, yes, madam, please.
Because generally during this time,
I know you are going to ask, and I know.
Our colleague reminded me, in general, any conferences, whatever I attend, without valedictory time, whatever I feel like expressing, an opportunity will be given. Since it is our Dr. Prakash, I had that liberty to ask him. Okay, I will not take much of your time. If you permit, I will extend it. That is something different. Actually, I am very thankful to the Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, Professor Ramesh. Because science and technology is a ನಾಣ್ಯದ ಎರಡು ಮುಖತ್ರ. ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ನಡೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ತಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ಜ್ಞಾನ ನಡೆಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯು ಆಲ್ ಅಗ್ರಿ? Science and technology is a face of a coin, two faces of a coin. Next thing, ಈಗ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ನಿಜ. ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನೀರು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ, ಸಾಲದ ಹೊರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋರು. ಮತ್ತು ಅನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ನೀನು ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅನ್ನ ನಿನಗೆ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ಕೊಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿಫೈಡ್ ಟರ್ಮಿನಾಲಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀರ. ದಿಸ್ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಗುಡ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್, ಅದೇನು ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ವೇದ ಸುಳ್ಳಾದರೂ ಗಾದೆ ಸುಳ್ಳಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿಫೈಡ್ ವರ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಒಂದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀರಿನ ಭದ್ರತೆಗಾಗಿ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಥೀಮನ್ನು ವರ್ಣನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ತಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ದಿರ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೊಂದು ರೀತಿ ಪ್ರವೋಕ್, ಮಾತಾಡೋರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹಿಂಗಾಯಿತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಒಂಚೂರು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. 19ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಶುರುವಾಯಿತು, 21ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. 21ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಏನು ಯೋಗ. ನಾವು ಯೋಗಗಳಿಂದ ತಾನೇಪ್ಪ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿರೋದು, ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತು? ಒಂದು 19th ಯು ಆಲ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹದಿಹರಿಯದ ಕೊನೆ, ಹದಿಹರಿಯದ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ವಿಜ್ಞಾನನ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ಏನೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಆ ಇದರಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದುವರೆದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿನ ಕೊರತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ, ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ? ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗು ನಮ್ಗೆ ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗಿದೆ, ಆ ಸ್ಪೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಬೇಗ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ತನಕ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ಗೆ? ಹಾಂ, ಮೊದಲೇನು ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ, ಎರಡನೇದೇನು ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ, ಕೊನೆಯದೇನು ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆಯಪ್ಪ? ಹಾಗಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಮ್ಮ? GITA, ಗೀತಾ. ಇದು ಮಹಾಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಗೀತಾ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಮುಂಚೆಯಿಂದನೂ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ್ ಯಾರು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕುರುಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲನೇ ಆ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಮಾಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಕರೋನಾಟಕ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಭಾರತ ರಥ ರಥ ನಡೆಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವ್ರು ಕರೋನಾಟಕ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲೇನು ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಭಾರತದ ನಮಗೆ ರಥದಿಂದ ನಮಗೇನು ವರ್ಗಳು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾಟಕ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಭಾರತ್ ಈಸ್ ನೋನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮಹಾಭಾರತ್ ಟೈಮ್. ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ digital is known from that time onwards. And as you all aware that 5 elements are most required. ನೀವು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೋ ಈ 5 ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಒಂದು ಡೌನ್ ಆದರೂ we cannot survive. We will not survive at all. I think I might have covered. And lastly but not the least, ಇದು 6 ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ 2024 ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತಪ್ಪ? ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಒಂದೇ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಡಿಜಿಟ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೆ? 8. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದು 9 1 10. ಈಗ 3 ದಿವಸ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ? 10 ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ 6 ಬರುತ್ತೆ. 6 ಅಂದರೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಅವರ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ಸ್. ಹೌಎವರ್ ಯು ಟಿಲ್ಟ್ 6 becomes 9. 9 is also a very fine number to reach our goals. With these numbers, what I judged, you are the person who made me to speak. I have spoken. Hope you all, if you enjoyed, give me a good applause.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Sakamara. Thank you very much. Yes, and just to be have all the panelists have shared their takeaway points, and some of the challenges are which were discussed during the 3 deliberations are the financial, the technical, social, cultural barriers, and of course data we have discussed about it in a very, and also a need for new learning, or because the new challenges are emerging and new learning is inevitable, need for it. So with this I think Ramesh, thank you. I think we have concluded the
thank you very much, Dr. Prakash sir, panelists. Indeed, it helped us to broaden the horizon of our knowledge further after listening to talks. This is an excellent thing that we had. And sir told information, knowledge and wisdom. Wisdom we got from panel discussion. Is it, sir? Wisdom we got. Our former chairman of KSTA, Professor Ayyappan, always used to tell how to distinguish between information, knowledge and wisdom. We all know information, generally information ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, knowledge improve ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, wisdom ಅಂತ. But how to distinguish? ICRನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತಂತೆ. ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ನಡೆಯುವಾಗ they were all discussing how to distinguish information, knowledge and wisdom. Everybody was telling big definitions. It seems there was one farmer. Farmer asked, can you define in a very simple way? Everybody was looking at each other. Then he told, there is very simple way. Tomato, as you know, it is red. That is information. Tomato is a fruit, not a vegetable. That is knowledge. Even though tomato is a fruit, it cannot be used in fruit salad. That is wisdom. We got wisdom from all of you. Grateful to you, sir. And KSTA is very happy and thankful to you. I request my colleague, Mr. Srinivas, to present plots to all the panelists. Thank you, sir, for all your wisdom. Now we have valedictory. Our Sangur Math is there. He has been mining gold for so many times, so many years. Now for our future conference, I request him to get sponsor from Hatti Gold Mines.
ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮುಸ್ಸಂಜೆಯ ಶುಭೋದಯಗಳು. ಕಳೆದ 3 ದಿವಸಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಿಂದ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವಾಗ ಹೊರಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಆತುರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಟೈಮನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ, ಬೇಗ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್ರವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಲ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯುರಿಟಿ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಡೆದ 3 ದಿನಗಳ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ರವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ದೂರ ಸಂವೇದಿ ಅನ್ವಯಿಕ ಕೇಂದ್ರ KSRSAC ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ NL ರಾಜೇಶ್ ರವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ NL prior to present position as a director KSRSAC was working as professor of soil science at University of Agriculture Sciences, Raichuru. Dr. Rajesh has total of 20 years of experience in the area of geospatial technologies, both in private and government sectors. He has undergone 5 national and 2 international advanced trainings on geospatial and geostatistics techniques. He has authored and co-authored 60 publications and conducted 15 remote sensing and GIS trainings, apart from involved in providing GIS solution to various verticals of natural resources and agriculture, both in research and education. Recently established an infrastructure for geospatial technological application center for agriculture input and land health management, funded by RKVP. Dr. Rajesh currently serving as Director of Karnataka State Remote Sensing Applications Center. On behalf of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy and on personal behalf, I welcome you, sir. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಗಣ್ಯರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತಜ್ಞರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿ.ಎಸ್. ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ KSNDMC, ಶ್ರೀ ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಕುಮಾರ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ KCST, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ HB, ಡೀನ್ ಏಟ್ರಿಯಾ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಸಂಗೂರ್ಮಠ್, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಟಿವ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೈನ್ಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ M.A. ಮೊಹಮ್ಮದ್ ಅಸ್ಲಾಂ, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೆಡ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಜಿಯಾಲಜಿ, Dean School of Earth Sciences, Central University of Karnataka, Dr. M. Timegowda, Professor and Head Department of Agrometeorology, University of Agriculture Sciences, Dr. Jagdish H. Godiyal, Professor, Deputy Dean Academic Research, Presidency University. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಯಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭವನ್ನು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಜಾಲತಾಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲು ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿರುವ ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ತಮಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸರ್. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ದೂರ ಸಂವೇದಿ ಅನ್ವಯಿಕ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಲ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಇವಾಗ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you had a fruitful sessions since last 3 days on sustainable groundwater management for water security. In fact, I have not prepared for anything with my busy schedule. Anyway, with my little knowledge, I can tell you something like, see, around 80% of the world population depends on this groundwater, and out of which like for the irrigation as well drinking purpose. And in India, around 85% of the rural drinking water is supplied by the groundwater itself, and even the 65% of the irrigation water is supplied by the groundwater. Though we have around 400, more than 400 rivers, freshwater rivers, still we are dependent on groundwater very much, and there is lot of imbalance, the over exploitations. So all these are happening because of, I believe there are only 2 reasons, that is mismanagement and climate change, right? So if you consider the whole globe as a family, if you look at the natural resource utilization, right? 75% of the population which lives in the backward and developing nation, they are utilizing the 25% of the natural resources, whereas the 25% of the population which is living in the advanced countries, they are utilizing the 75% of the natural resources. So this imbalance is leading to the inequality utilization of the resources, including food, water, whatnot, all the resources which is available on this earth. So in order to make it available equally for everyone, judicious utilization of water is required. And like food security, there is a need of the hour to think of water security as well. Right. So of course, for which we need to think about good policies, enforcement of the policies to utilize the water judiciously. That is one thing. And the water stewardship, which is a very important, like both users as well as managers, they have to think of using this, making a framework for conserving the water, right? So nowadays people make a lot of reels, whatnot, the children as well. So they are into entertainment always. So instead of going for unuseful things, like you can actually make the videos which are, I'm telling to the young buds, so which are very beneficial to the society, like how the water is important, and the loss of water, what will happen to the future. Like, you know, the incidents of this Cape Town in 2017-18, right? And even since 2 decades, the Bangalore and Kola cities, towns are facing a lot of scarcity, right? Even in the town itself, you can see the inequality distribution of water, right? Some of the areas they will get water abundantly, and some area does not get. So there should be a good law enforcement or the policy enforcement, right? And of course, there are technologies available nowadays, remote sensing technologies or GIS, or the microwave data, which can be used for surface water monitoring, and the sensors which can sense the soil water, the saturated water, below that the groundwater measurement. So all these has to be measured time, and then it has to be stored in a proper data servers, so that it can be analyzed and predicted and properly managed. So these are the things which is required. And of course, since 3 days you might have heard a lot about this sustainable management of water. So with this, I'll not take much time. So with this, I'll thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
ನಿಮಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಳೆದ 3 ದಿವಸಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯ ಇದು. 3-4 ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಈ 3 ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮಗಾದಂಥ ಅನುಭವ ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಲೋಪದೋಷಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ತಿದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ, ತಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು ಮತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬನ್ನಿ, ಒಂದು 3-4 ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಬೇಗ.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ದಿನಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ. ನಾನು ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಜಿಯಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟು, ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ಅಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಅತ್ಯದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ನೀರಿನ ಭದ್ರತೆಗಾಗಿ ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಸುಸ್ಥಿರ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಭೂಮಿಯ 3 ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿದೆ. ಒಟ್ಟು ನೀರನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ 100% ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೇ 3% ನೀರನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾವು ಬಳಕೆಗೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ, ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿಗೆ, ಕೃಷಿಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳೋದು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಮೂಲ ಏನು ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಮಳೆ. ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮಳೆ ಆಗುವುದಂದರೆ ಮೇಘಾಲಯದ ಮೊಂಜಿರಾಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 11,000 ಮಿಲಿಮೀಟರ್ ಮಳೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಪೀಕ್ ಸಮ್ಮರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಳೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಆಗ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾಪರಾಗಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇದ್ದಾವಾಗ ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ, ನೀರಿನ ಸಂರಕ್ಷಣೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ 6 ಸೂತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಇದೇನು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಗತ್ಯವಿದ್ದಷ್ಟೇ ನೀರನ್ನು ಮಿತವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸುವಂಥದ್ದು. ರಿಯೂಸ್ ದ ವಾಟರ್. ರಿಯೂಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಮೊದಲು ಈಗ ಇವರು ತಿಮ್ಮೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನಾನು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ನೇಚರಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು. ಮೊದಲು ನೀರನ್ನು ನಾವೀಗ ತೊಳೆದ ನೀರನ್ನು ಗಿಡಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಇದುಗಳಿಗೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ರಿಯೂಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆವಾಗಲೇ ಇತ್ತು, ನಾವು ಹೊಸ ಟರ್ಮಿನಾಲಜಿ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಈಗ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದರೆ ಸಹ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಥಿಂಕ್ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲಿ, ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಲೋಕಲಿ, ಕ್ಯಾಚ್ ದ ವಾಟರ್ ವೇರ್ ಇಟ್ ಫಾಲ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿನ ನೀರು ಬರಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿನ ನೀರು ಬರಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ, ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟು ಸೋಲ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರೀಸೈಕಲ್. ಈ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನನಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾನು ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೆ ಅನ್ಕೋ. ನಾವು ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಈಗ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ನಿನ್ನೆ ನನ್ನ ಸರ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು, ಶಂಕರ್ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಟ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಅವರ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರು, ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಗ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮಗೇನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಸತ್ಯ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು. ಆವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಏನು ತೋರಿಸ್ದಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಇದು ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಮೂರನೇದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಯೂಸೇಜ್, ರೀಯೂಸ್, ರೀಸೈಕಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ರೆಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನನ್ನು ನಾವು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವೀಗ ಒಂದು ಹೋಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹೋಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದವಾಗ ಅವನು ನೀರು ಬೇಕೋ ಬೇಡೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವನು ತಂದು ಇಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಕೆಲವರು ಕುಡಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ತೆಗೆದು ಉಲ್ಟ ಹಾಕಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀರಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡಿ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಹ ಸೇವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ವಾಟರ್. ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಮೀಟ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 1 ಮಿಲಿಮೀಟ್ರ್ ಮಳೆ ಬಿದ್ದರೆ 1 ಲೀಟ್ರ್ ನೀರನ್ನು ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ತಾವೇ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ವಾಟರ್. ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ನೀರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳ್ತದೆ, ಮಾಂಜಿರಾಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಳೆ ಬೀಳ್ತದೆ, 2 ಕಡೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ನೋಡಿ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ಚಹಾ, ಕಾಫಿ, ತಂಪು ಪಾನೀಯ ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ? ನಾವು ನೀರಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ಚೆಲ್ಲಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ? ಭಾಳ ಬೇಸರ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದು ಯಾವುದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ನೀರನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮಗೆ ಹಣ ಇದೆ, ನಾವು ನೀರು ತರಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮನೋಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಮನೋಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್, ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡನ್ನು ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ನೀರಿನ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಇವರು ತಿಮ್ಮೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಯಾಕೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾನು ಕೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟಿಂದ ಬಂದವನು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ 3,500ರಿಂದ 4,000 ಮಿಲಿಮೀಟರ್ ಮಳೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಳೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಮಳೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ಸಹ ಮೊದಲಿನ ರೀತಿ ಇದಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಶಾಲೋ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿಫರ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ ರೀಸನ್ ನನಗೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧಾರಣ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಯುರೋಪಿಯನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಟೈಪು, ಉಡುಪಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇರುವವರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಕೃಷಿ ಲಾಭದಾಯಕ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೃಷಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬರೀ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕೆ ಬೆಳೆನೂ ಹೋಯಿತು, ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿಗೂ ಹಾಹಾಕಾರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಯಂಗ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ನು ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಕೋಪ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೋ ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಾವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ನ ಒಬ್ಬ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಇರಲಿ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬನೊಬ್ಬ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ನಾವು ಬದ್ಧತೆ ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅವಕಾಶಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹೊಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್.
respected dignitaries on the dais, dear participant. I am Dr. Nitin Patil from Maharashtra. I came to know about this 3-day national conference from our Vice Chancellor, and I contacted Umesh Gadge sir, and I am here for the 3-day national conference. My experience is very enthusiastic. That's why I say that this conference is successful due to the participation from your side as well as the participation from our side. I will remember this conference due to the punctuality. All the sessions with the good deliberations have been conducted under the leadership of Dr. Ramesh sir. Second one is the experts, that is the experienced experts. As per our chairman of panel discussion, sir has told. Sir, before coming to this conference, we have certain information about the groundwater management. But during last 3 days, we have gained the knowledge, sufficient knowledge I can say, and all the participants, we will try to be wise in using the natural resources, especially the groundwater resources. And the third speciality of this conference is that the hospitality, the food as well as the boarding facilities were best. That's all. Thank you.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಕಿರಣ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಾಲಿಟಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನ ಆಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರು ಕೂಡ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹಿಂದಿನ ದಿವಸ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಕರೆದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಎಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಗ್ನಗ್ತಾ ಮಾತನಾಡಿ ಅವರೇನೇ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ಹಿಂದಿನಿಂದ ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬಸವಣ್ಣವರು ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನು ಬಂದಿರಿ ಹದುಳೆ ವಿದ್ದಿರ ಎಂದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸಿರಿ ಹಾರಿ ಹೋಗುವುದೇ, ಕುಳ್ಳಿರಿ ಎಂದರೆ ನೆಲ ಕುಳಿ ಹೋಗುವುದೇ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾರೇ ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆತಿಥ್ಯ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ಡಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ನೌಕರವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಪಾಲಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಂಜುನಾಥ, ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮಹಾರಾಜ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಮೈಸೂರು. ಸರ್, ಸಜೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದ ಓನ್ಲಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಮೈ ಸೈಡ್ ಈಸ್ please organize such events very frequently. It will help teaching faculty and research scholars like me. And second request is please provide all the PPTs within a couple of days through our official WhatsApp group. And it was very well organized. ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನು ತುಂಬ ಹೈಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ಡ್. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸೋದು ತುಂಬ ಕಷ್ಟದ ವಿಷಯ, ಶ್ರಮದಾಯಕದ ವಿಷಯ. ಐ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ for this opportunity for KSTA. Thank you.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವಾಗ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಂತರ್ಜಲದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ಲಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಿದಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಹುಮಾನ ವಿತರಣಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
For this conference, we had received around 24 papers, 21 were presented, and the selection committee has selected 3 prizes, 1 consolation prize and 1 appreciation prize. Among the presenters, there were few young researchers among paper presenters. They are really doing a very good job. In this regard, the panel and our CEO has decided to present a special appreciation certificate to encourage them. Under this, Nitish Shi, Neela Nagaraj, Harini Bhaskaran, and Ajit Singh from Prayoga Institute of Technology, Prayoga Institute of Education and Research have been awarded certificate of appreciation. Their they have presented paper on surface and subsurface mapping of lakes to increase potential groundwater recharge in Bangalore. And then consolation prize rupees 2,500 goes to Sujaya K, Department of Civil Engineering, KLEIT, Hubli. These are the paper authors. Dr. Venkataraman S. Hegde, Karnataka Law Society, Vishwanath Rao Deshpande Institute of Technology, Rakshata Konanahalli from KLEIT, Hubli. They have got consolation prize of rupees 2,500. And the third prize goes to Nagabhushana Charantimata, Department of Studies in Zoology, Vijayanagara Sri Krishnadevara University, Ballari. He presented paper on hydrochemistry of Tungabhadra Reservoir System, Hospet, Karnataka, rupees 5,000. Second prize of rupees 7,500 goes to Tejas K, Manasa R and Prajwal H, Department of Civil Engineering, Acharya Institute of Technology, Bangalore. Analysis of soil plastic assortment on permeability and saturation of soil. And the first prize, rupees 10,000, goes to Nitin P. Patil, Omkar S. Bore, Abhijit S. Padwal, and Vikas S. Godase, Department of Water Land Management, Dr. BAMU Campus, Dharashiva. Evaluation and impact assessment of watershed management program on groundwater status in Suradi watershed area. Thank you.
ಬಹುಮಾನ ವಿತರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿದ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ನಡೆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಉಮೇಶ್ ಘಾಟ್ಕಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆಂಟೋನಿ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಗಳು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಲ್ಲ.
3 ದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಡಿಯೋಗ್ರಫಿನ ತೆಗೆದು ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಡಿಯೋನ ತಯಾರಿಸಿದ ಮಿಸ್ ಗ್ರೀಷ್ಮಾ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕು, KVN ಗಗನ್, ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇಸ್ಮಾಯಿಲ್ ಅಜೀರಾ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್, ಸೆಂಟ್ ಜೋಸೆಫ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ NL ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆನಂದ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರ್, ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಸರ್, ತಿಮ್ಮೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್, ಬಾಲು ಸರ್, ಜಾಗೋ ಸರ್, ಹಿಡಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಭಾಕರ್ ಸಂಗೂರ್ ಮಠ್ ಸರ್, ಅಸ್ಲಾಂ ಸರ್, ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸಾಕಮ್ಮ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ದಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿ. ಈ 3 ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. 3 ಜನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ಮುಖ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖದಲ್ಲೂ ಖುಷಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ನಾವು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಮಾರ್ಚ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಜಲಶಕ್ತಿ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯವರು ಮಾರ್ಚಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಬಟ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ಪೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸು ಯಾರೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಕರೆದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ನಮ್ಮದು ಏನು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಷಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂತಿತ್ತು. IAS ಇಂದ ಬಂದರು, ದೆನ್ ಇಸ್ರೋಯಿಂದ ಬಂದರು, ನಿಯಾಸಿಂದ ಬಂದರು, CGWBಯಿಂದ ಬಂದರು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿಠಲ್ ಅವರು, ಸಂಗೀತ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಈ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಟಾಕ್ಸ್ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಸ್ಲಾಂ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗಣೇಶ್ ರಾಜ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಎ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ಆನ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್. ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದೇ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ತಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಬುಕ್ಲೆಟ್. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು ಹಲವಾರು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇವಾಗ ನಾವು ಕ್ವಾಂಟಮ್ ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಡ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್, ಈಗ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಸಹ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ KST ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಟು ಅವರ್ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು, ಭಾಳ ಅವರು ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಲೂ ಸಹಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೋದಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟು ಅವರ ಹಂಬಲ್ನೆಸ್ಗೆ ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಹ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟು ಹಿಮ್. ಹೋದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೂರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಟೀ ಕುಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ನಾನು 24 ಇಯರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್. ಐ ಆಮ್ ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡೇಷನ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ KSTA ವುಡ್ ಗಿವ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಡೇಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ನಾವು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ವಾಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಐಸಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಕೇಕ್. ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ವಿಸ್ಡಮ್, ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ವಿಸ್ಡಮ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ. ನೀರು ಕನ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಚೊಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಮೊದಲು ಹಲವಾರು ಬಾರಿ ಪ್ಯಾನಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಉದ್ದುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದ್ರ ಏನು ಸತ್ವನೇ ಇಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವೇ ಬರ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಜ್ಞಾಪಕ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು, ಈ ಸರಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ಶಿಪ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಜಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ರಿಯಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಐ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಯು ಸರ್. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಎ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ನೋಟ್ ಆನ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಪ್ರೊಸೀಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ ಥ್ರೂ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗಿವ್ ಸಜೆಷನ್. ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೇಮಂತ್ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ KCST ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ವರ್ಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೀಗ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಈಗ ನಿವೃತ್ತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಿವೃತ್ತರ ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಬಿಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಆವಾಗ ಕರಿತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ದೆನ್ ಈಗ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಜಿಯಾಲಜಿ, ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್, ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಂಯಮ ಮತ್ತು ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ 3 ದಿವಸ ಭಾಳ ಸಂಯಮದಿಂದ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ನಾವು ಹಸನ್ಮುಖಿ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲು ನೀವು ಹಸನ್ಮುಖಿಯಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೆಲವು ಸರಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೆಲವು ಸರಿ ಲೋಪಲ್ ದೋಷನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮೀರಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಯು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಡೇಸ್ ಈಗೊಬ್ಬರು ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮಹಾರಾಜ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ನವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ 100% ಈ ಥರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಈ ಥರ ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಕ್ಟ್ರಿಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೂತಿರೋದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಭಾಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಏನು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೆಟ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ನೀವು ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೂ 3 ದಿವಸ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೆಷನಲ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಇಂಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ನು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸಸ್ ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಎಮ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್, ಮೈನರ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜಿಯಾಲಜಿ. They are like a role model for all the youngsters. You should always sit when you come to conference, you should not go to see Bangalore. You should be here and see the whole proceedings, and you can stay one more day. KSTA will give you accommodation free of cost, don't worry. You can see Bangalore and then next day you can go. Okay? ನಮ್ಮದು ಏನಾದರೂ ಲೋಪ ದೋಷ ಇದ್ದರೆ CEO ಆಗಿ ನಾನು ತಗೋತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇನೂ ದೋಷ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಕೊಡುವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಮರ್ತುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದ್ದರೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಲೋಪದೋಷನೂ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅಪ್ರಿಸಿಯೇಷನ್ನೇ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಲ್ಲ. ವಿ ಶುಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಗೆಟ್ ಬ್ರಿಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್. ಏನಾದರೂ ತಪ್ಪಿದರೆ ಸರ್ಟನ್ಲಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ವಿಲ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಇಟ್. ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಆನರಬಲ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ, ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಸ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಜಲಶಕ್ತಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫೆಮೆಂಟೋದವ್ರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Can you please get up? Yeah. Two people have come from Femento. We are thankful to you for sponsorship. ಗೋವಾದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಗೂರ್ ಮಠ ಅವರು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಲೆಟರ್ ಬರೆದೆ. ಇಬ್ಬರು ರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮಿನರಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫೆಮೆಂಟೋ ಇಬ್ಬರು 50,000 ಈಚ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಯು. Just a moment. I'm thankful. Please convey my thanks to Mr. Pawan, who has been in touch with me for last 3 months. Yeah. So in coming days I will certainly disturb sir, Prakash sir and Hemant sir. ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅವರು ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಮಯ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ವೆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಜಾಗೋ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬಾಲಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸರ್, ಈವನ್ ದೋ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರಿಟೈರ್ಡ್, ದೇ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್ವೇರ್. ಸೊ ನಿಮಗೂ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಔಟ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಪೇಪರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ಲಿ ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಟು ದೆಮ್ ಇಫ್ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎನಿ ಸಜೆಷನ್ ದೇ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ನಾನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ರಿಟೈರ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಎಂಥೂಸಿಯಾಸಮ್ ನೋಡಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 5-6 ವರ್ಷ. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ತಮಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮತ್ತು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ದೋ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ವರ್ಗದವರಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಮ್ಮ ಹಮ್ಮು ಬಿಮ್ಮು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಇದ್ದಾಗಲೇ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಗೋಗರಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೋ, ಆದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದರು. ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡುಗಳು ಆಡಿದ್ರು, ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿ ಆಯಿತು. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಜ್ಞಾನಿಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಯಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸರವರು.
ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಈ ಒಂದು 3 ದಿನದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಅನುದಾನ ಮಾಡಿದಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಜಲಶಕ್ತಿ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮಿನರಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪೆಮೆಂಟೋ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ಗೆ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು 3 ದಿನದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಿಟಿಕ್ಯುಲಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಂಗ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಾಹಕ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಂ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ತೋಟಗಾರಿಕಾ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಡೀನ್ ಆದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಬರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಅವರು ಕಾರಣಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಂಗಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ VTU ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರು, ಅವರು ಸಹ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಅವರ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜನ್ನು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಸರ್, ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ರಿಮೋಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯಬಲ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ and also for encouraging to organize our programs. I request Ramesh sir to felicitate Dr. Rajesh sir for supporting KSTA programs. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ರಾಜೇಶ್ ಸರ್. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ 3 ದಿನದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಮಟ್ಟದ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿ ತಜ್ಞರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ವಿವಿಧ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ ಈ 3 ದಿನದ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿವಿಧ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು, ಹಿರಿಯ ಭೂವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ವಿವಿಧ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು, ಸಂಶೋಧನಾ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ತಜ್ಞರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಾಗಿ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ VS ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರು ಚೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಈ ಸುಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬು ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಯ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಹೋದ್ಯೋಗಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಈ ಒಂದು 3 ದಿನದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಿಪರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಹೃದಯದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಒಂದು 1 ಮಿನಿಟ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋಗ್ರಫಿ ಮತ್ತು ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಫಿ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್, ಸೆಂಟ್ ಜೋಸೆಫ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಫಾರ್ ದೇರ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋಗ್ರಫಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಫಿ ಎಕ್ಸಲೆಂಟ್, ರಿಯಲಿ ಸೊ ಅಮೇಝಿಂಗ್. heartfelt gratitude to all of them and everybody present here, ಆಲ್ ಮಹನೀಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಕಮ್ಮ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಮಗದೊಮ್ಮೆ ನನ್ನ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿಶ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ ಜರ್ನಿ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಡೆಸ್ಟಿನೇಷನ್.
ಹಲೋ, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆಂಥಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಟೀ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡು
ಪೇಪರ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಉಳಿದವ್ರ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟು ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಸಹ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ರಿಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ ಹತ್ರ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Also request everyone to give your feedback in the Google Maps review. Those who have not come on the dais and not given your feedback, you can just mention a star and give your feedback. Either it's positive or negative, whatever it is, try to give your feedback. Thank you.